Alright, guys, so I was trying to get all this together and everything is misbehaving. Um, now the kitty cat brigade is coming in. They're on it. They're on it. What is it? You got cold buzz. Alright. Alright. So I might have this fixed and such. No! It's too dark. No. It's not gonna happen, buddy. I'm sorry. Anyway. Of course I want to do the cat thing, right? My cat, shall pay my cats. So anyway. I thought, come on here. And, I'm just gonna walk it. My way. Cause fuck it, that's why. Oh, y'all really gonna do it, aren't you? Yeah, they're really gonna. They're gonna do it their way, I'm gonna do it mine. We'll meet in the middle somewhere. Okay. It's fun, it's all fun. Alright. Let's see if this is transferred over. For starters, I just want to know this, right? This horse shit. Now, I've been talking about it for several years, but after I found out it existed, right? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that'd be accurate. After I found out it existed. Because this predates me being on, for sure. Doesn't it, though? Alright. It does not predate the hunting of us, though, or the tampering with, or the fucking with. I just kind of want to know if anybody's ready to talk about it. I mean, I'll keep mentioning hoping, but I don't know. Something really rotten in Denmark here. I'll just play it.
You guys know. I did. Hey, Carrie, how are you? So I feel like I haven't been live forever. Big hair is good. Yeah, it is. It is. You guys crack me up. I started following this case on the June 16th, I started following this case. I started looking up Candace Wiles. I didn't know about Candace Bly from the second day. That's the first day TBI did their first briefing. And I immediately went to Facebook. Now, in that first week, you guys, there wasn't much coverage of YouTubers that were talking the case, like deep diving into the case. I feel like I can name the 6 or 7 that I know that were really looking into it in the first week, maybe less than that. I'm sure there were more people covering it, but what I seen, it was probably like a handful of people really deep diving that first week. It is nothing what you guys are seeing right now. Right now, everybody is discussing it. Hey, Megs. But back then, that first week, I feel like it was only, for me, it was a handful, okay? So around, I think it was the 19th. So June 19th comes around, and my source, okay, I have a source who was in contact with Candace and having communication with her through Facebook Messenger. And I've told you guys this before, if you've followed me for the beginning with this case. Hey, Megs, did I say hi to you? Yeah, I did. Hey, Sky, you're here. I thought you would be like enjoying the heat. I mean, I'm not going to look at chat because I get distracted, you guys. So don't think I'm ignoring you. Okay, so then the 19th, you know, my source comes to me and says, hey, I'm communicating with Candace behind the scenes through Messenger on Facebook, la-di-da, la-di-da. I said, okay, cool. So
communicating with her, not in person, behind the scenes, on Messenger. 19th. Got it. Alright. Let's move on to the rest of this bullshit, you want to? I feel like we should. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. 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 Alright. What the fuck is that bullshit? I don't know. Oh, okay. Here's the bullshit. This particular piece of bullshit.
So whoever took her had to actually come up into the yard.
Oh.
Only took like an hour and 14 minutes to get to the bullshit, did it?
Oh my gosh. Okay, let me do this again.
On conveniently, August 25th of 21, the night after dawn, ounce of shit on Cher's fuckery. Around then, I believe Mary hoax, blah 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 bullshit, you know that, leading up to the 2nd September, etc. All that bullshit to make cooks in the kitchen bullshit. Anyway, so let's play this bullshit.
Take 2. Oh, wow. Bloopers right here, right? Okay. Oh, you know why I didn't share audio? Oh my goodness gracious.
Oops.
Oh, wow. All right. All right, guys, I apologize. Nicole, are you laughing at me? Nicole, I'm having a moment. Thank you, love. Wow. I can't believe I just did that. And I played it like 4 times. Oh my gosh. All right, shut up and let's just play this bitch. All right.
Oops, muted myself again.
And that's her little swing right there. I thought she loved to play right there in that yard. That was her favorite spot to be. So whoever took her had to actually come up into the yard and take her. And I don't understand because, like, my neighbor heard her scream, but I didn't hear her scream because I was in the house with the boys trying to find her. And I guess when my neighbor heard her scream, I was actually in the house and the TV was going, so I didn't even hear the scream.
So the audio. Debbie said, okay, we know, just play it. Meaning, that's a nice way of her saying, shut the fuck up, bitch, and play the audio. Wow. All right. Anyways, let me play it one more time, you guys.
And that's her little swing right there off that tree. She loved to play right there in that yard. That was her favorite spot to be. So whoever took her had to actually come up into the yard and take her. And I don't understand because, like, my neighbor heard her scream, but I didn't hear her scream because I was in the house with the boys trying to find her. And I guess when my neighbor heard her scream, I was actually in the house and the TV was going. So I didn't even hear the scream.
Okay, so what Candace is saying is that, I'm gonna look at my notes. So what she's saying is that she was in the house at the time that the neighbor.
Let me look at my notes. And so what Candace is saying is, did she not speak English? You'd look at notes for that. Jesus Christ. Is this Justin's notebook? Whatever.
Heard her scream, and that Candace didn't hear the scream because she was in there with the boys and they had the TV on. And she was looking for Summer inside.
Do they always treat y'all like y'all are stupid and deaf, or is it just me? Did anyone out there need someone to look at notes? Go, so what Candace is saying is, like, was she speaking fucking Lassie? Like another language? Did you have to look at notes for that? And then just basically repeat what Candace said verbatim? Like, it's called space filling bullshit. I don't know what it's called. It's weird as fuck is what it is. But whatever. It's fine. It's not even the issue. God dang it. It's not even. Alright, now look. Now, I'm just gonna let this stupid play for a second and hope what.
Side of the house. And to someone saying, how do you know it was Summer screaming? You're right. We don't know. We don't know if it was actually Summer who was screaming. Now, Don did say in the interview he did with Voices, he did say something like, I believe they asked him, I'm not sure who asked him, who on panel asked him, but he was asked, if law enforcement knew about it or something like that. And he said yes, but God, what did he say? Something like, I don't want to put words in his mouth. Does anybody know what Don said about?
Why is that not in your fucking notes? Hell, it was like, what, 12 hours before this to Bubble Street? Anyway.
The neighbor being questioned. Does anybody remember that part? Deb, I don't know. I don't know if Grandma heard the scream. I don't know.
And like this right here, I'll never understand it. People just be asking stupid shit entirely off topic. No. Dick Randall's here, did this here, it has been reported. I don't fucking get it, man. It's a thing that like, as soon as one thing's said, like, people are like, oh my god, to this, to that, look. And never take what's being said for that. Oh, we got things, so now we're gonna. It wildly out there.
I don't know. Now, people have said in the comments, I've seen the comments, some people believe, well, how do we know she was being, like Amber said, just because someone heard her screaming doesn't mean it was actually someone taking her. She could have been being, and again, it could be, you never know, it could be she was being abused. I've seen those comments. People believe that.
Yeah, no shit. You don't say.
That she might have been being abused. That's the scream they heard. Or was she being abducted at that time? But then again, okay, let's talk about that. So if she is screaming, let's go down that road now, okay? So she's screaming, that means it's someone that didn't know her, right?
I don't know that that would be accurate. I just don't think that would hold. But okay, sure. Y'all keep thinking in cul-de-sac, Karen, won't you?
Because I feel like if it was someone that knew her,
Oh, because you feel like okay.
would she be acting that way? Would she be screaming? That's something I would wonder. She seems like she is very, she likes to, at church, we see her at church. What if, I'm not saying it was someone from the church, but I never believed it was a stranger abduction. I always thought if it was an abduction, it was someone that knew the family. I've always felt like that if it was that, if we go down that road. But if they hear her screaming,
I'll never understand it. I don't. I just don't. Y'all make some weird cul-de-sac assumptions.
so if someone takes her, she's screaming and she's screaming loud. Don said that Summer had a loud scream. He said that.
Anyway, so I was looking for the piece here where um anyway, she says, it's important to put here, but Stummy says, yeah, I was assured immediately that, feds know she's been questioned, blah, 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 blah. That's all that mattered to me. Now, that's strange to me. It just is. Let me see if I can find it.
You guys cracked me up. I was just like, oh God, I might mute myself. Just know that. And I do have this, but what I seen, it was probably like a handful of people really. On the 20th, there was information sent to me from my source, and it was audio. It was some other information that was coming from Candace, directly from Candace. And one being the audio where Candace speaks about a neighbor hearing Summer scream, and that Candace didn't hear the scream because the TV was on, she said, and she was inside looking for Summer at the time. So when I first heard that on the 20th, I was like you guys, I was like, well, why hasn't this been said yet? Like, no one has mentioned this yet, this scream. And I honestly thought, this is so bullshit. I didn't believe it in the beginning. I even told my source, this is bullshit. Like, why haven't anybody said anything like this? But then Candace, I thought about it, and Candace hadn't even done an interview yet, you guys. She didn't do her first interview until June 28th, I believe. So,
yeah, she hadn't done an interview yet. Not really. She'd done behind the scenes. I know a bunch of you assholes out here forget that a bunch of journalists, local and otherwise, talked to her off camera or behind the scenes and just repeated what she said, blah, blah. There were quite a few of those. At a certain point, her grandest did release written statements, or at least statements to be released to the news. But whatever.
I didn't put it out. My source didn't want me to put it out. And then I didn't feel comfortable putting it out either because Candace hadn't even done an interview yet. So I just was like, well, is law enforcement aware of this? I was told TBI was aware of it. They were all aware of it, of the neighbor. They knew who the neighbor was. the neighbor was talked to. So that's all that mattered to me, was that law enforcement knew about this scream, okay?
So let me get this fucking straight. On the fucking 19th, your source in the inbox, Facebook Messenger of Candace, acquired this, oh, I don't know, recorded phone call, whatever the fuck it was. They're having some sort of, I mean, they were in direct contact, right, through Messenger with her, and with you through Messenger. Okay. No interviews with Candace had occurred yet. At least not by this realm or otherwise. That were, yeah, anyway. But what you want the world to believe is that your source, or even Candace, by the 19th, would have known whether or not we've been spoken to about the scream. And that it had then been confirmed that we had been to Candace, or to the source, etc. Is that what you're telling me? That's what she told you. Strange. Now, obviously, Ellie was aware of this from minutes in that day. We have been questioned. State, all the agencies you can imagine, feds, etc. Now, you're telling me a woman who hadn't, couldn't even take and pass polygraph yet. Also, shit would have been being told anything, confirmed anything to. She talked with the neighbor, all this shit. La 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 la. Fa la la, fucking la la. Right? Now, I just don't know about all that. Okay? And I'm gonna damn well bet they weren't like telling folks on the phone, oh yeah, we're la la, and we've converted the blah 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 either. Okay? If they've been called. Hell, I don't know though. I don't know what line to Becky. I really don't know. But listen to this shit again closely. Hold on. It always takes a minute to find bullshit.
Alright.
God damn, y'all gone feral over there?
Alright, guys, I apologize.
It's okay, I've gone feral too. Alright.
Nicole, are you laughing at me? Nicole, I'm having a moment. Thank you, love. Wow. I can't believe I just did that. And I played it like 4 times. Oh my gosh. All right, shut up and let's just play this bitch.
And that's her little swing right there off that tree. Loved to play right there in that yard. That was her favorite spot to be. So whoever took her had to actually come up into the yard and take her. And I don't understand because, like, my neighbor heard her scream, but I didn't hear her scream because I was in the house with the boys trying to find her. And I guess when my neighbor heard her scream, I was actually in the house and the TV was going. So I didn't even hear the scream.
So the audio.
Did that sound like a conversation you'd be having over, well, Messenger to any of you? Why is that shit sped up? Why does that sound like a walkthrough interview? Why is that piece, when slowed down a bit to what was probably more normal speed, why is it so absent of sound behind Candace? Man, in those early days, y'all know how the fucking internet is wonky too, and all the bullshit. Anyway, I mean, whatever. I mean, you know, signal and all, but it's so devoid of sound. Now, in it, you can hear what sounds like maybe a cigarette pack being tossed on something like a table. You hear almost a guttural, like, split millisecond of like a male's voice or something, but whatever it is like gone. Like, I don't know. It's not, it doesn't sound complete. Why is Candace in this audio describing it like she's doing a walkthrough interview with someone? And that calm. That would be like they technically like, I mean, I know the 19th would sound like math, right? 4 days, but you're looking at, you know, like, not quite 4. Somewhere, you know what I mean? And then by the 20th, by the time it's sent to Crazy Crime Chick, Candace selling that anything? No. Just don't sit right even with me. Especially Miss Acty Pants over there. And also, I mean, yeah, they were fucking around with everybody. But those, I just, they're already on the phone with an abundance of fucking people and blah blah and stay on the phones with Alleys and Dotson and Robin and everybody else fuck around all shit. But see what's happening on the 19th and 20th, etc. and around Father's Day weekend. Got awful quiet. There wasn't anybody really coming or going. I don't think anybody would have been like, you know what? I just, this doesn't sit right with me in the least. This is too deadpan recited. Ain't something up with this shit. It smells a little hinky. Now, what I find even funkier is that Dawn does that shit on shares. Now, no, it gets better. It gets better than this, right? It's better than this. Because for a couple weeks predating this horse shit where Dawn does this on shares and everything else, they're trying to get me to meet with people to talk about the screen. No one do it. I also had deleted Candace on one of her Facebooks off mine. Told her it wasn't anything personal. It was that I just didn't want online crazies anywhere near us. And I wanted to get the fuck away from her before anybody could really start hammering in or get wind of our crazy next door with monster and all bullshit going on. I wanted no public anything. Didn't want contact shit. And I told her no on the scream shit. Basically. Told her that that's feds and Ellie and blah blah shit. So don't know basically. Not too many days before dawn. I was at least making excuses why I didn't want to be honest. Yeah. And Dawn does his bullshit on church. Dawn makes sure to tell me in the road. Oh, I showed you cab, I'm sorry, man, ducks, sort of thing. Right? Apologizes to me. I don't really have any concept what it means. I'm like, you know. And I was like, and I was still thinking Facebook terms, not whatever the hell this shell is. Okay. I was like, whatever, you know. Fuck it. Right? Mother-in-law done her stupid shit. I already had the We Can Leave You Hopeless trying to fuck her all up and all them, you know, and them being gullible enough, stupid enough to buy the Jesus organization the first time. All that was shit. Continue talking. I'm just like, whatever, right? Try to tell them to you in a minute, whatever. But those are about it. And there were other things in there. I'm not going to go through it all again. It's been years of it. It's fucking here. You want to hear it? Hear it. You can go back and find it. I don't give a shit. I'm not wasting my time tonight as I move forward and explain. So, what we have here is me refusing. Let's talk about the scream. Making excuses. Blah, blah, blah. As to why, blah, blah. And trying to just, you know, whatever. Anyway. Because I just didn't think it was. Yep. Dawn being like, hi, May. Hey, May. This is right after he done the share shit on his like, yeah. Now, I still carry on about my business. Yep. I had no intention of talking to anyone about any such fucking thing other than those who needed to know and law enforcement and those close enough to me to speak to me about shit. Anyway, so, yep, days carry on, do my own thing. And chances are, the fuck shit not went down with fuck face, whore, family, and now that line. And then all the fuckery let go with the chaos here and the fucking fence testing set up lying liar pants and the Freds and bells up in the motherfucker. I probably never would have spoken. Right. Oh. Anyway. So I'm like, not happening. So. No boy. Shit show begins, right? There is myself at a certain point and others that are being lied to, fucked with by this one here. And not the create, well, you know, but by Candace. She's got everybody running around in circles, chasing tails, fucking lying to everybody better, including dogs, whole nine by that point. Clearly worried about self and if they were going to get hung. I didn't catch on to that fucking. That's what happens when you got fucking that much shit going on. But anyway, you also in there have attention wanting to be drawn off for the Mary and what later became where was the I guess first marathon all these fuck faces tried to lift up and all that shit too. Wildly enough, including the group that within hours was trying to contact everybody, which links back to Serafina and Sweet Pilo and Chasing and everybody else. Anyway, and by the way, speaking of that, I know Crazy and her in contact, obviously. And then you do have, weirdly enough, Chasing contact sources too, including the first quote Rose Myron, her boots on the ground and team, including Ava and Scott, her 5-man team. This random woman that was around Grandison Street. You know what? No. Well, then the Chasing decided to instantly, at that time, hide the voice and whatever interviews of, but then go with a written one, much like the unmasked bullshittery. Now, this one here, Crazy, pulls much the same stunt as Almost Unmasked does, right? I couldn't get the timestamp. Well, Unmasked actually told everybody they received the timestamps for that milkweed and whatever else. But, anyway, so, the thing is, this one says that she can't quite get the timestamp, but the audio is there, but I don't care. Okay. But you have Chasing in them. All of them at the same time doing fuck shit, right? I don't know why. I don't know what the hell. I just know that Chasing and Unmasked have similarities in that written horseshit questionnaire garbage that, whatever. Okay? What the fuck ever. Now, because that's how interview 2 with Rose Meyer goes down. Who has a team who was supposedly in there within what, 4 days? 2? But that's weird because it puts it in certain dates. I was clear there. Shit. Did Fred see Rose up on the hill then during the 4/5? Did he? Because, like, bitch, he was seeing everything else, and I know we're all down there at the bottom, right, y'all? So, like, I just, but I do know one was in there at a point, but shit's weird. More on that later. Pin put here. Now, also what's strange about that Chasing thing, okay, is that shit just don't line up with that, you know why? Because the me exists. And the me ran into certain folks at certain times. That's all I'm saying. See, it's probably Chasing hid shit when I was going over it on a live one day. That one. Chasing hairline, chasing balls, all the same. So anyway. No testicular fortitude about some of these people, a couple of them actually. So, this shit reeks about like a Chasing and Rose shit reeks, about like the Unmasked shit reeks. It all reeks. Has a scent to it. It really does. Um, bro, y'all are jacked up hot mess over here. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to ask, can we get some proof on this shit now? I'd love it. Right now, though, finally, I'm gonna say it all out. I'm pretty sure this is part of the hunting effort, an acquisition ship, and bolstered on, and is wanting to use the screen when everything is filling and the Mary shit was running, and they needed eyes off of certain shit. They needed a new target because guess what? None of the others were really sticking around here, were they? Were they? Plus, learning well by the time that they needed to go ahead and eat and discredit and fuck with all the witnesses around. Shit, it was our turn, right? Why not? Use it when it suits, need it when it doesn't. Blah, blah, blah. Also, what you're gonna find is that it wasn't, this, like I've said, these idiots, they were not aware, of the time of the screen for quite a while. And I think once they became aware it didn't suit whatever the fuck they went off and on, then it became a problem. There's gonna be dates for that. The only ones that held the time for quite the longest was Feds or like Sarah blah blah. And they had it within a very short period. And definitely down in actual notebooks. Real ones. I seen them. For sure had the signs of mine. The point is. What the fuck ever. Can we get some proof on this? Proof for it didn't happen. That's all I'm saying. And well, buddy, if this was not recorded when said to be, then that means it was definitely part of a well-organized effort to acquire and hunt people in and around an active and ongoing case in a group manner. To manipulate them, fuck with them, with the parents of them, to do whatever to draw them out, fuck with them a lot, Which, these dummies were already in the background, feeding out all mine monsters and everything else, personal shit, to those like PG and Squirrel and everybody else, obviously. So, yeah, whatever. But at this point, TM or else are clearly hunting us in the background, should prove that that bitch, or I don't know, whatever. It's targeting their place for a weird reason. They don't want you to see that. They were definitely part of the effort. Possibly Chris McDonough. I don't know. And Chase, his fake police force, Penny, or whatever. Live streams running about a neighbor who heard a scream, and weirdly enough, somebody being chased down the road. Whatever the fuck, okay? All the shit's in there. Anyway, I'm done with this portion for tonight. I'll ask for proof that this was recorded and sent when she says it was. Something funky with this. Why would you speed it up? Why is it devoid of sound? What the hell's going on here? Why does it sound like a walkthrough interview? Which, yeah, And yeah, she could, because Crazy Crime does say that she was sending her pictures and audio. So yeah, you could say, well, Candace sent over pictures to someone through Messenger, and then she was describing what the pictures are, but that's still the language versus that, the way she's described, that's not what it sounds like. Yeah, it could be a back Google Meet where videos playing in the swing or something, which I don't know how anybody would have fucking had at that point, and her pointing it out. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like somebody has video, which could clearly be the swing video of Summer that have been on TikTok and other places, and got a best friend. And yeah, Candace could be like, oh, that's her swing right up here, the line in the yard. Candace says that yard. I don't know. Like she's not even there. That I don't know. I just points, you know, mm, proof this happened instead of. But it's definitely, no matter how you cut it, by this point, um, being used to bolster Dawn at a time they and the team desperately need it because of the fuckery in and around set by
Debbie said,
all of
okay,
them.
we know, just play it. Meaning, that's a nice way of her saying, shut
And the Mary shit and that call and all things, right? The intention, yeah, it's a thing. So no matter how you cut it, this is part of that effort. This is the origin of the absolute wanting to acquire us, which had been going on for quite a while, and there was some confusion and fuckery and whatnot, whatever. Anyway, so I'm just gonna leave this here. And then I'm gonna move on to shit I've been going through the past few days for what seems like the billionth time on some of them. But sometimes it takes time to then go back and run through things and be like, wait. Uh, Now, I don't even know why the fuck that's in there. That was terrible and tragic. Couldn't know about that. News today. Something about organs. That was some weird stream I touched the button on. Something out of LA. It was characters. Oh boy. Oh my god, I don't even know what that's doing there. I do not give a shit about that. I, I know. So, what was the last one? Right. I was looking for a thing. Found myself all kinds of places in the driveway. Right. Damn squirreling in the southern driveway, I tell you what.
June 15th, 2021. It was just a normal day. I called my wife and she was getting her mother's prescription, so I decided just to go ahead and work late.
We just finished planting flowers, and then Summer was putting the rocks on top, and then she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and then she asked to go back in the house with the boys. Well, she walked right in the house. After Summer went inside, I walked back over here to my mom's camper, and I fixed my mom's knee brace when she was sitting right here in the doorway. And I told my mom that I have to go back in with the kids. Helping my mom with the knee brace only took like 2 to 3 minutes. After I came into the house, I asked the boys where she was, and they said that she went downstairs to play in the playroom. And I came into the playroom and looked. I even looked under the bunk beds and everywhere, and she wasn't here at all. When I couldn't.
Notice the change. In those days, like even with WJHL first year, she goes to the playroom. Dr. Phil the same. But with others, when she's talking about otherwise, it's generally the bedroom, Summer's bedroom, blah blah, etc. Strange.
Find some in the basement, come outside, and I stood up here on this hill and I hollered for her and told the boys that she wasn't down there. And then I went outside and I called Donnie right away.
About 5:30 p.m., my wife Candace called and said she couldn't find Summer. I says, well, hang up for me and call 911. So I threw my tools in the car as fast as I could, got in there and started down the road and called 911 myself. I passed all kind of cars in double yellow and everything, and I'm getting really worried. So here's my road. I pull down here. Here's the creek right here. I notice my 3 boys are together, and they're over here looking. And then I looked over that way and seen my neighbor coming this way towards my boys, and my heart sunk because I knew she was abducted. I knew she was gone.
Just like many parents,
So much wrong in there. So much.
missing children these days, Don says they turn to social media for help.
15th, 2021. It was just a normal day. I called my wife and she was getting her mother's prescription, so I decided just to go ahead and work late.
We just finished planting flowers, and then Summer was putting the rocks on top, and then she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and then she asked to go back in the house with the boys. Well, she walked right in the house. After Summer went inside, I walked back over here to my mom's camper, and I fixed my mom's knee brace when she was sitting right here in the.
You may ever wondered why. And why did she say we plant flowers and then Summer? Whatever. Fuck it. Here's the thing. You may ever wonder why Candace Sr. had to have help with a knee brace? She's sitting on steps. Leverage is there. Why are you doing it after an activity anyway? But ain't like she's weak, frail, and 900 forward. Never wonder that shit. But whatever. Whatever.
Doorway, and I told my mom that I have to go back in with the kids. Helping my mom with the knee brace only took like 2 to 3 minutes. After I came into the house, I asked the boys where she was, and they said that she went downstairs to play in the playroom. And I came into the playroom and looked. I even looked under the bunk beds and everywhere, and she wasn't here at all. When I couldn't find Summer in the basement, I come outside and I stood up here on this hill and I hollered for her and told the boys that she wasn't down there. And then I went outside and
Now, do note, though, that whatever bullshit we just heard a minute ago, it was indeed said by Yahoo over here. So, if the boys are helping her search inside and everything else, then she didn't hear because her and the boys were looking. So, but wait, but huh?
I called Donnie right away. And I come into the playroom and looked. I even looked under the bunk beds and everywhere, and she wasn't here at all. And when I couldn't find Summer in the basement, I come outside and I stood up here on this hill and I hollered for her and told the boys that she wasn't down there. And then
I come outside and what was that?
in the basement, I come outside and I stood up here on this hill and I hollered for her and told the boys that she wasn't down there.
I come outside and stood up here on this hill and hollered for her. Such a that statement in and of itself is so fucking weird, man. That's one of those things that should go without saying. You know what I mean? Like I came outside, I was yelling for her, hollering for whatever, you know. No, I came outside and stood right here on this hill and hollered, like, what the fuck? Up here. It's almost as if.
And then I went outside and I called Donnie. And I stood up here on this hill and I hollered for her upstairs to play in the playroom. And I come into the playroom and looked. I even looked under the bunk beds and everywhere, and she wasn't here at all. And when I couldn't find Summer in the basement, I come outside and I stood up here on this hill and I hollered for her and told the boys that she wasn't down there.
I come up here on this hill and I hollered for her. And I told the boys she wasn't down there. But I thought the boys were helping you. Why would you tell them? I don't know. Oh, so many versions of the same shit. I don't know. Wait. Are you telling me the same boys that you had hollered semi-across here at Hey Watcher, the heard that, but they didn't hear you screaming or yelling for someone else sudden enough to know that clearly you hadn't found her after entering and exiting the basement and circling around to the top of the hill. You had to, and like, why did she not include the moments where, like, you're very specific about being at the very tippy top of the hill and hollering for her, but you don't say, well, then I went back inside and let the boys know that I didn't find her down there in the basement. Which, if you're yelling for her in the basement and you're yelling for her outside, where clearly that's near the kitchen door, not near where the boys be with the window and the glass and all that shit, they should have heard you. I don't know, man. You had to then re-enter and tell them, but I don't know. But it's left out. Odd. Odd though. Sure. Or maybe that whole statement is actually something else. Came up on top of the hill, screaming for yelling for her. Told the boy she wasn't down there. Somewhere.
And then I went outside. playroom. And I come into the playroom and looked. I even looked under the bunk beds and everywhere, and she wasn't here at all. And when I couldn't find Summer in the basement, I come outside and I stood up here on this hill and I hollered for her and told the boys that she wasn't down there. And then I went outside and I called Donnie right away.
About 5:30 p.m., my wife Candace called.
Now that does say that she had went back inside, because she says, then I come outside and called Donnie. So what you're saying is the boys are supposedly with you for Summer inside the house, I don't think, because we've heard that a bazillion times in different ways. You had to go outside, come back in, and then tell them you didn't find her down in the basement. I guess. But you didn't say basement or playroom, you said down there. But she leaves that bit out, but then she does say that she went back outside and called Donnie at 5:30. According to Dawn, she's been stuck, I guess, on 5:30 for quite a long time. And if I'm not correct, I believe that was mentioned to me in person by him early on. But because of this realm, somewhere near the entrance of Dobbs Era, she got a little screwy, so that's what it is. But he's always sworn 5:30, right? That's a problem for me. And I don't mean like it's a problem for me. But what I mean by that, it's a problem. If that's true, it's a problem. Here's why. Because what comes next? Well, and a whole host of other things.
And so she couldn't find Summer. I says, well, hang up for me and call 911. So I threw my tools in the car as fast as I could. Got about 5:30 p.m. when my wife
Hill and I hollered for her and told the boys that she wasn't down there. And then I went outside and I called Donnie right away.
About 5:30 p.m. when my wife Candace called and said she couldn't find Summer. I says, well, hang up for me and call 911. So I threw my tools in the car as fast as I could, got in there and started down the road and called 911 myself. I passed all kind of cars and dope.
Okay. So say this super fucking wily Cody genius over here. Etherberg, whatever the fuck. Alright. Gets caught 5:30. He what's the word he used that mimics whatever Candace said about throwing the phone in the back of the truck. Slings, throws, whatever, tools in the car. Gets them there, because ain't that really what's important? Bro, if I got the call when my kids was missing, or even thought to be, you're gonna say, here's what normal people would do. Here's what they would do. They wouldn't A, give a fuck about the tools. B, even if they did, because monsters are built different. Greed, possessions, they matter a great deal to them, so I could actually see this asshole or anybody built like him, because I lived with one, worrying more about the possessions than, but honestly, when it comes around, nobody all that. However, normal people, even at the worst, even if they're worried about that, and possessions or whatever, they would clearly go to others in or around the job site or call someone, like their buddy Jamie who had just been there or was still there, whatever the fuck, right? Be like, hey man, I'd leave. My kid's missing. I just got the call. Can you please go to the job site? Or can you go down there and gather my tools for me and just hold them till tomorrow? Or whenever, you know? Because fuck those tools, that's why. And either way, a monster will know, hey, my buddy clearly had, 5 seconds of calling me, he's in an apartment, nobody would, you know what I mean? Somebody who's close could have gathered his tools. I'm sure anybody in or around those job sites would have done so for someone who thought their child was going missing. And he would have then had clear knowledge. Now, do you remember in some of those statements he's made, he says he'd already packed up some of the shit, and then he stood there and he talked to Jamie for eons. He puts Jamie in there at 4:30 to 5:30. Make sure to. So, like, whatever, right? And, weird that too, right? But, sometimes shit just is. And it looks weird, and that's not so hard telling sometimes, right? But here's the thing. If at 5:30, you get a call. I don't care how many tools you had to load up in a Subaru. Unless you did that slow as fuck, bro. And unless your shit ain't gonna be scattered everywhere, you're not gonna go through and pack up an entire job site. Just the tools you were using, whatever that blah 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 blah, right? Last location you're working on, because they're not gonna be there what you needed. Because they move with you as you move doing those things, I'm not stupid. I've done construction off and on, personal and as an employee throughout my life. I'm not a dumbass, so I know what tools that job takes. It's not like there were 6 bazillion toolboxes, 43 ladders, an entire job site to pack up, alright? Motherfuckers, it's just not. So even if you'd pick up all the things, whatever, and throw them in a super, it ain't gonna take that long. You're looking at cul-de-sac houses, the driveways, the entrances are right there. Fuck all that. How the extra, right? If you get the call further, you back up the tools, blah blah, but you tell Candace, hang out from you, and call the police. Well, weren't the police called? Supposedly, at least by the dispatch, all that shit called on the scanner for you, whatever. And then I guess verified, whatever. Okay. Those were the first sources for the times. So almost 6:30. Strange though. Fine. Just keep trying to feed into this bullshit. Whatever it is, for whatever reason. Hell, who knows? Maybe it's still they give a flying shit. It does not, in any realm, take from 5:30 to what, around 7, according to this realm, where it was. Because they say here that the first cops didn't arrive on scene until right at 7, right? So, dispatch times, at least according to Scanville, are close to 6:30. And then, Dawn Monster Police arrived somewhere right about 7. Nowhere in this universe Mister, let's pass the moon and double yellows, or solids, or crisscross tic-tac-toes, whatever the fuck he was flying. Goddamn jet plane. Okay. Does it take an hour? No. Yeah, an hour and a half to get from that fucking job site to fucking Ben Hill. Especially not if you're flying like a jet plane. It just doesn't. Doesn't. Hmm. But I guess if you include packing up tools, you already said you actually packed up earlier. And you were thinking about going home, but then you sat down and fucked off with Jamie for a while. Till conveniently, what, around 5:30? Hell, I don't know. Anyway. Weird they were changing shit. But, I mean, if you gotta extend the time, for whatever reason, sure. Okay. Now, fucked part is,
Yellow and everything, and I'm getting really worried. So here's my road. I pulled down about 5:30 p.m. with my wife
In the basement, I come outside and I stood up here on this hill and I hollered for her and told the boys that she wasn't down there. And then I went outside and I called Donnie right away.
About 5:30 p.m. when my wife Candace called, and
why is there no inclusion there of the boys and I run around here, blah blah, yelling for someone? It's in there. So she immediately calls Donnie. And then Donnie immediately does hang up from him and to call police. Now, unless some shit's still being tucked away, not told, there's tools in play, I don't know. I don't know. There's something real fucking wrong here. And I can say that because I was fucking there, right? I and others at that. Now, homie, what the fuck? Uh-huh. So, like, what, she call you back? Because she clearly would have had to. Because, like, she rolled up on me down there in the road, and you were on speakerphone, which I didn't know at first. I was looking for whole ass of the game bang, there was none in there. Speakerphone was. And she tells me she's getting ready to call the police. So, And obviously, if those are the only 2 times in that dispatch time holds and there's not something being held back from the public and everybody else, well, then obviously at 5:30, when you told her to fucking call the police, she deployed. And, still hadn't done so after 6 until closing on 6:30. Right? Why? Why? And if she had already started screaming and doing all the fucking things for summer, what time did that actually start before 5:30? Because it had to, right? If she called on before, or at 5:30 even, that means that way before 5:30 she should have been, because it would take a bit, right? You'd think. Not in the house, of course, but they didn't really, it's fuck it all. Um, mm-mm. Man, and look, just know, um, means all the same things the kids and I heard since it would have played, like, out before 5:30, and they did not play out before. You know what I mean? Um, I mean, of course, you have the door slamming there, you have the fucking screaming there, etc. But really, what they always describe as a search or anything else are the things that I and others were very much present for and know only took place in and around the 6 p.m. forward, right? Definitely after 5:30. Now, um, still, darn, it's called 5:30. Then why in the hell how long before I had to know she was missing? And if they had searched, then why no real anything from up there? Uh, blah blah blah, right? Why? Of course, you have the vehicles, hitting and going up the driveway at 5:30. Uh, it's a strange bit. I don't know. There's so many things there that I you can't have it all the ways. You can't. It's just not how it works. Unless there's just something. No, you just can't. Either way, according to jet plane up here, even traveling like supersonic jet, yeah, I guess it took even an hour and a half-ish to arrive to Ben Hill. Passing all the double yellows. But do remember at a certain point, this is what's fucked too.
So she couldn't find Summer. I says, well, hang up from me and call 911. So I threw my tools in the car as fast as I could, got in there and started down the road and called 911 myself. I passed all kind of cars in double yellow and everything when I'm getting really worried. So here's my road. I pull down here. Here's the creek right here. I notice my 3 boys are together and they're over here looking. And then I looked over that way and seen my neighbor coming this way towards my boys, and my heart sunk because I knew she was abducted. I knew she was.
And then you also have all the interviews, like McDonough, others, where he was on the phone with Candace the whole time, but also not. But, nobody called him back to let him know whether Summer had been found out, so that's how he knew, Yep, all the different stories around that shit, too. The life and style of Don Wells. Anyway. Whatever the fuck, right? Games, tools, who the fuck really knows? No. And I swear, every day, every second of every day, I hope that there is more somewhere. And that there are just a whole lot of tools in play that do not involve me. And I just, there has to be, right? But just until when and if that ever happens, all I can tell you is that this shit ain't right. It does not. None of it makes sense. It's all bullshit. And it's because I and others were present. Bullshit. It's like hearing, some of the WJH albums and shit. It's like Candace Senior. They're sitting down over the, all this blah blah blah, and then the phone got and all that shit, right? Homie, no. No, because some of us were there. I mean, no one those boys were sent. I mean, I wouldn't say it's fun. It's all bullshit. But it's this, really, and all of this garbage.
But just like many parents,
Grace, when she was sitting right here in the doorway, and I told my mom that I have to go back in with the kids. Helping my mom with the knee brace only took like 2 to 3 minutes. After I came into the house, I asked the boys where she was, and they said that she went downstairs to play in the playroom. And I came into the playroom and looked. I even looked under the bunk beds and everywhere, and she wasn't here at all. When I couldn't find Summer in the basement, I come outside, and I stood up here on this hill, and I hollered for her and told the boys that she wasn't down there. And then I went outside, and I called Donnie right away.
About 5:30 p.m. my wife.
It's in that little bit. It sits at the top of. Why did she say that? And then down there. Top of and down there. Move on. I kind of want to do that bit next, but instead, we're going to go through this next. Alright, so for old time's sake, I'm gonna go with this one instead of Drake Force for reasons I do check for later. Alright.
Jesse.
Interviewed Dudley Ajan, Don Wells' ex-coworker, and he had some things to say.
I love sort of shit, man, and I swear to God. I don't want to get like that. I really don't. I'm so sick of even dealing with it. I'm just trying to get past it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get past this shit because it's fucking pissed. It's not fair.
So Dudley John was getting emotional on the phone with me when he was talking. He's going to meet us at 7. He's ready to get some stuff off his chest. We will be interviewing him face to face. He is yet another victim of Don Wells and Candace Wells' charade. That Don?
Hey! The only time Bullhorn Betty ever fucking spoke the truth. Yeah, victims indeed, but also all you're all motherfuckers too. You sons of bitches. Alright. So, all of you suck. Yeah. As you play games together and with each other and team build and blah 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 blah. Factors on the ground and just whatever. Okay, fuck off, yeah. Game playing fucking Monster Mash Hotel over here on fucking YouTube. Alright.
Reached out to me, and this is honest to God's truth.
Oh, I believe it.
While I was with Betty, and said, "You're focusing on the wrong people. It's not us. We need to talk to this guy." Of Don Wells
And I believe this.
Candace Wells' charade. That Don reached out to me, and this is honest to God's truth.
Oh, I believe it.
While I was with Betty, and said, "You're focusing on the wrong people. It's not us. We need to talk to this guy." Now I'm like,
Of course they fucking did. That's what they've been doing since like second one. Look, bro, fuck it. Like, whatever. Right, buddy? Right. And fine, so be it. In the end, like, fine. But it's weird, right? There's no actual true suspects for these dipshits. They just want shit everywhere. Doesn't matter even if others have been told them not to be. They're just like, fuck it, dear YouTube team guys, investors, y'all. Right? Go fuck up these people, their lives. Go do all the Rico shit. So these motherfuckers. Look here and look there. Look everywhere else. Yeah, fine. You know, like, whatever the fuck. The same shit, different day. But, just destroy it all. Destroy all humans, right? Did you ever play a game? Xbox is a literal game. Little alien, dude. He's a dick. But he's lovable. Anyway. You dicks, not so much. With your whole destroy all humans theme. But yeah. Yeah. Thing is, when you have it being directed at a bunch of people that, you know, this guy and that guy and every guy, and even the ones told to them by certain points to have alibis or not, or, you know, it's like even our Philly fucking throws Dudley out there and even says, or the behavior pet, one or the both, hell, I don't know. Well, they told me that we have alibis on camera. I'm gonna bleh to the world anyway and get them to go look at that guy. What the fuck is the point in that, man? Yeah? Uh-huh. Same thing has been done to everyone. Anyway. And then what did MGL do though? She did all this shit. All her team was in my box. And who do you think's been responsible for that fuck shit? And her little fucking teammates and TMs and their bells. Fucking, you know, throughout all this. Yeah, especially when she was real pissed off me because I wouldn't be acquired. And I wouldn't help the boots on the ground. They were coming in down. I told them to go fuck themselves. And then when they hit the ground, I called them a bunch of fucking cars, scam, whatever. She got in her face about it. And I got pissed because AB and them could go drain the well dry. Well, her team put it, they were in danger. Okay? Oh, Molly, go drain the well dry. Anyway. She had no problem playing along. Anthony was Fitz and her and Blowhorn and Cher and the rest, and it's all like this, you know? And you forget all the little truths and pieces as they work through these cases, and that they're all for one and one for all. Well, and it'll work for the prime and onlys, or the people most likely be responsible about eating babysitters and nuns, you know, small minor children and witnesses and stuff like that, and doing all the fuck shit, destroying all humans. While playing games and yelling outside closed buildings and doing all the fuck shit, you know, whatever. It's so dark, dirty, and deep, isn't it? Such a mind fuck on you all as the public and everybody in and around these cases. And it's fucking special type evil, ain't it? Whatever. I heard from Princess Lily. Anyway, just trying to carry on.
What? That's when people started coming to you. I personally know you're innocent. So
if I was the suspect, I believe TBI.
Exactly. What? That's when people started.
Listen to that closely.
Coming to you. I personally know the wrong people. It's not us. You need to talk to the wrong people.
Charade.
That Dawn reached out to me, and this is honest to God's truth.
Oh, I believe it.
While I was with Betty, and said, "You're focusing on the wrong people. It's not us. You need to talk to this guy." And I'm like, "What?" That's when people started coming to you. I personally know you're innocent.
So wait, Don told you to go after Dudley, and you need to focus on him, and then you know that's when people started coming to him. You mean all your people? A whole group, in a well-organized group effort online, because you made it so after Don said, "Hey, no," and then I'm gonna bet, you know, all the shit put out by those like, you know, little team players and the worst, and doing all the same shit, right? Annihilating Dudley's left, putting out the worst rumors, slander, libel, harassment, drawing them out to help, you know, so because they were made to feel like they needed to defend themselves or go online to do so. People in their inboxes being like, "Hey, did you know this being said about you like this there?" And drawing them out towards, say, like Emma and all the, you know, specialists, all people like, you know, Twitter and Sweetie. Or J4. No. Who Don was also talking? Oh my god, no. Never. Never happened with it right now. So, And MGL's all behind it, and some people start, no. Wonder when y'all got my inbox. Oh yeah, that's right. That was it. You already tried, but then definitely run up to that. It's fine. Y'all got a little busy there. A little distracted after touching the water bottles and weird fuckery. But yeah. Mm. And then after refusal to play with you all, or to help her, to be all eating dinner with you or Ziggy or anybody else in your little team, then who do you send after people like that? Oh wait, all the same ones. For years. Bless them all, Lord. Kinda.
So
If,
the reason
if
why.
I was the suspect, I believe TBI and
Exactly,
FBI in
you're
Hawkins
literally.
County would have taken me because I've met with them every time they ever called. TBI's been in my house, and I knew the first 20 seconds I talked to him, he already lost interest.
Yeah. Why do you think they came to your house?
I think everybody kind of felt that way. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, I know he knows. Um, I don't think any of it. Well, I don't know. I can't say for all the rest. Again, speak for myself. You know, and I feel similar. And uh, it wasn't and isn't that we're not all looked at. I'm sure from June 15th till even now, obviously. And I hope they continue to look at each and every one of us around everywhere that they need to until their answers. I, I'd say that is still the case. But I don't think for most of us around this did we ever feel like, you know, or get the vibe that, like, we were like suspects. You know what I mean? Like, we were obviously being looked at, you know, like everybody should be. Everybody's statements, taking all this. I mean, it's just the way of these things. But I don't think, and I know I didn't have a problem with, you know, being asked anything or whatever, you know, and I know others, obviously, and they didn't either. You know, like, everybody in there pretty much was like, well, here, what can we do to help? How can we eliminate or narrow down feel and get everything sort of taken care of to where it's you can keep going further and further out as you need to, you know? And, because that's the way these things work. I mean, you start closest to and you work outward. That's like 101, you know? And, I can't imagine anybody else not cooperating with that process or willing to do anything to make sure that all things they're quickly just, taken care of, but feels similar to Yahoo over here.
Well, because for one, it's their job. They have to do that. Mm-hmm. But obviously, Don Wells said that I was the main suspect. I mean, I had the state police at my dad's house at 1:30 in the morning in Churchill. The next day he fired me on a Monday, and Tuesday morning at 1:30 I got a missed call from my dad. He's called multiple times. Something's wrong. So I called it.
And he had the shit little screw there, but he meant Tuesday and Wednesday, whatever.
7, and are you in some kind of trouble, son? They didn't even tell him what they were there for. They just was looking for me. Don Wells knew where I lived. Okay, Weber City, Virginia, and Churchill, Tennessee is 2 totally different places.
How does it make you feel that?
Odd, huh? Almost like maybe Don gave them the wrong place in order to waste their time running around a little bit. Shit, they'd never do any such thing, would they, Dudley? No, I think he's still sitting in jail, but maybe one day.
That he's, we know that he's put your name through the mud. He's called you drug addict, all these things. How does that make you feel?
I mean, when I first heard it, it made me upset and angry because, for one, I never done anything with him, but, smoke weed.
Right.
So,
which I don't think surprised. Is that a crime in Tennessee?
Virginia is legal. So okay. It's legal in Virginia. That's where we're living.
Okay.
But, how do I feel about it?
I mean, because he said basically that you're a meth addict.
You see, the problem is Don Wells, Candace Wells, knows what happened to Summer Wells. So I was in the way. When I've seen him, I've never seen Don this way before.
It's interesting. Yeah, I'd say in ways you were, Dudley. Anyway, obviously they cut this piece, started somewhere else. They cut something else out of the initial interview. It skips, goes on the next.
He had this look on his face like something really bad happened.
When you say that date, what date would that be? So she went missing on that 15th when you say the Monday.
That's the 14th. The 4th today I got fired that evening. That's the day he said, well, he was talking about having everybody at the job and stuff. Tuesday, the day Summer come missing, I believe is what I heard. Richard Tucker and all them. But that was Monday, not Tuesday. So to me, I'm like, why is he lying about the date? He was supposed to go work Sunday. He didn't show up. I worked Saturday. And Monday I go in and he's sitting on a tub, like, head down and just distraught. And I'm like, this ain't good.
So when you say a tub, where's this at? Like a job site?
At the job site.
What job site was that?
That was the one you recorded me at. Doing the drywall Saturday was. That was that job. That's the job he said, I couldn't tell what you had done that day. I put 5 buckets of mud on, she recorded me. And he got mad because I went over his work and it looked better. So he envied me. And he thought I was a threat to him and he was going to lose his job because all he knows how to do is finish drywall.
What was the address that you the last job that he was working on before summer went missing?
I could tell you exactly where it was, the address. I couldn't look
Okay,
lot
well,
numbers.
location.
It was, what exit was that? Man, I get confused in the towns, but I know it wasn't Bluff City. It was close, Jonesboro.
Jonesboro.
I believe it was Jonesboro. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what it was, Jonesboro.
So you got fired the day before Summer got reported missing?
Yeah, I got fired the day before. The day he looked all crazy and shit.
Who
He was
fired?
going to Jamie. He wasn't seeing Jamie down the street from the job site. Okay, he went.
Who's Jamie?
Jamie was the guy that he said he went and talked to. You know, when Richard Tucker and all them was there. That was, but he didn't say I was there. See, he's saying that was on Tuesday. That's what I heard, but that was on Monday. That's the day I got fired. They were all there.
Did Don fire you or Richard Tucker fire you?
Don fired.
What, like, why? Because he's like your at the time supervisor?
Well, we were partners, 50-50. Okay, that's what we were. Jesse put me with him, and because I was working too many hours on the job, he wanted me to go sub because I'd make more money working with Don. He needed some help. Don was doing like maybe one house a month, okay, and put me with him, so therefore we jumped up to almost 2 houses a month. You know, we was doing a whole house, and then
Did you see him and Candace interact, or maybe even?
she would come to the house. She would come to the job site with
She
Rambo.
would. And how did they interact with her?
Who's her?
Their parents, like Don and Candace. How did they interact
They were
with
always
Summer?
fighting half the time.
They fought a lot.
Yeah, they fought a lot.
Did you ever see them abuse Summer?
I seen them, not Summer, no. But, I mean, if it depends on what you consider abuse. You know, you're telling
abuse.
Summer, go pick up Dudley and walk on the walkboard that's sitting on stairs 10 feet off the ground. You know, she's 5 years old. The walkboard's the same walkboard they had in the picture of her coming from her house down to the ground. That was her steps. So, a walkboard's aluminum and they have holes, you know, it's not something a 5-year-old should walk that walkboard. And I'd be like, Don, what if she falls? This is Tucker's job, be going down in trouble. You know what I mean? You should have the kids there.
So when you said that the grandma and Candace would come to the job
Yeah,
sites,
they come
why
there
would they
a couple
come?
of times.
Why would they go there?
One time they came there to get money. One time we had to go outside because there was a fight. I don't know what they were fighting about. But mostly they fought a lot.
When they came there, what kind of vehicle did they come in?
She drove in a Subaru.
Subaru.
Yeah, I believe it got impounded and took it away. It's 5 months or something. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure.
It was taken back for lack of payment.
Yes.
Was that the yellow Subaru?
And what's strange, well, I thought Dudley was, and it could still hold true, that Dudley heard that online somewhere, got it from a creator, somebody contacted him. I thought, man, this guy's got shit all fucked up. For some reason, though, Dudley was under the impression that car payment was behind 5 or 6 months and gonna be taken. Or had been taken. He thought it had been.
Subaru?
No, yellow Subaru. No, that was a yellow. I mean, that was a red Subaru.
Red
There was a Subaru Outback.
Outback?
Huh?
Subaru Outback?
Not an Outback. It was a small little cross-track or something.
Cross-track, okay.
Yeah, it was a nice car. The day he fired me, he was driving it with tools in it, and we was up.
What's even fucking goofier though is that these jackasses are your end all be all supposedly. They have all the research teams, the best. They're so fucking lazy they can't. these motherfuckers, when they're complaining to the feds and like yelling at empty, closed offices of DCS, FBI, etc., they sent them an email, right? About Summer. Didn't even have none of her info in it correct either, but being like, where is she and why aren't you fuckers doing your jobs? But they had all the basics, even about Summer fucking around here. But, like, what the fuck? And this, they're like, well, was it the jailers? Like, was it the other thing? Was it that? And you damn well know this whole realm knew what the fuck Anderson and I were driving at the like. What cars? These fuckers are lazy. Some of us to listen to responses, be manipulative, like they act stupid, ignorant of certain things. These really fucking are stupid. And they don't do handy dandy notebook shit, right? Their only job is to hit ground and then to put out bullshit and get their teams up to fuck shit here. This is how play one for all for one Rico stuff and go real life on people and pretend they're all separate entities and they're just whatever, it's all innocent of all the things, you know, whatever. Right? Destroy all humans. So acquire all the people. Be stupid. Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. Right? Swear to God. Just kidding. Anyway, yep. There was, I don't know. I just can't think. Alright, carrying on.
Everybody's making fun of him, like, Don, why do you trust your wife's car to work?
Now with that, that's the day before Summer was reported missing. Did he take that Subaru to work any other prior time? Was that day on the 14th?
That day only. The only day I seen him, the day he fired me on a Monday.
Did he tell you why he was driving that car?
No, he didn't tell me why. I don't remember.
Gotcha.
I just thought it was odd because I've never seen it. I worked with him for 2 months. So somebody said 2 weeks. No, I worked with him for 2 months. For 2 weeks prior to this happening, I was begging Jesse and to give me my own house and move me away from Don. The dude's crazy. There's something wrong with him. He's deliberately starting trouble. And, you know, they didn't listen to me. Instead, they set me up for a kill. So.
You know, I often wonder who was slithering around Dudley. Before Dudley's methtastic arrest. And if Dudley received certain things right before, I wonder that a lot. Anyway, I don't know, man. One day, interesting. So, whatever. Thing is, there's a place he mentions throughout all his interviews that both are unaware that I know the people over, and they both worked for ish, sort of. At least Dawn did. After Tucker. It's one said to be turned against. Some strange shit. Sounds like, anyway. I gotta tell you, Maybe one day.
Did Don ever bring the boys to work with him?
Yes.
He has.
Yeah, we brought him to the chocolate factory job. That was the first one he was there, and he was smoking weed with him in the house.
Smoking weed with his
Smoking
boys?
weed with his son. Yeah, he had
Which
one
son?
the oldest.
The oldest one?
Yeah.
Josie?
Josie, yeah.
Did you see
That's
Josie
his
smoking?
prize job.
Yeah, I saw him smoking. He was smoking weed right there. He left the roach in the damn window. I said, Don, I said, they're going to get us in trouble here, dude. Jesse.
Anybody ever notice Dudley said they? That's odd if you're implying one child. How the fuck do you leap from singular to plural? And I mean, if Don's smoking with him, and you wouldn't say they to Don. Don would not. Like, what? The fuck you mean they, Dudley? I hate to bust me like that, but did anybody else catch that? He said they. And he told Don they were gonna get him in trouble. Who the fuck is they? That leap from singular to plural.
Sees that shit. He already didn't like me because I smoked funny tobacco.
Did Don ever bring the boys to work with him?
Yes.
He has.
Yeah, we brought him to the chocolate factory job. That was the first one he was there, and he was smoking weed with him in the house.
Smoking weed with his
Smoking
boys?
weed with his son. Yeah, he had
Which
one
son?
the oldest.
The oldest?
Yeah.
Josie?
Josie, yeah.
Did you see
That's
Josie
his
smoking?
prize job.
Yeah, I saw him smoking. He was smoking weed right there. He left the roach in the damn window. I said, Don, I said, they're going to get us in trouble here, dude. Jesse sees that shit. He already didn't like me because I smoked funny tobacco. So to have it on a job site, you know what I mean, it was unprofessional. And then to do it with your kid, 11 years old, come on.
And why, when he talks about self smoking, does he call it funny tobacco, but when it's kids or else it's weed?
More. I mean, that's not right.
9 o'clock last night,
I wouldn't trust it.
he said, I want you to come to the house. And I'm like, what? He goes, come to the house, and just me, you, and Candace, no cameras, no audio, nothing.
I took my wife there to get my money.
No shit, you don't say. Anybody ever noticed that, they always want everybody to come see them in person? And why other creators, after they seemingly flip, or others around this too, they will all be like, oh, you should see him in person, you should go meet him. Oh, I've met him in person, you should just go see him. Just go see him and it'll be magical and you believe like I believe. Anyway, half that's fuck shit. But, and bullshit. But, you wanna know why? I know why. And why you'll see the messages from them throughout all these years, from the earliest days on. No, come see us in person. Come and talk to us in person. Come meet us in person. Right? And then they started learning that it was working. You wanna know what? Most likely, allegedly, in my opinion, entertainment and educational purposes and whatever the fuck. If you know monsters, you know them. It's because, see, people, like, say you have a conversation with somebody here, or on the phone, or vid chat, or Google Meet, or whatever the fuck, right? Well, it's easier if you feel uncomfortable, you feel like you're being bullshit, whatever, right? it's easier to distance yourself from them, and this ain't right, this ain't adding up, this ain't, and to hang up or to not, do all these things. But when people like this, or monsters, or other types of monsters, other people built this way, can have you face to face or in or around them, sales are easier to make. It also creates an environment where most people, especially modern people or whatever you want to call it, are so uncomfortable, anxiety ridden, that they're not used to being around other fucking humans, and real awkward and weird as fuck with one another and all the shit, right? And most people have lost the just any basics on how to interact or how to have balls or anything like that, Most people these days, they, for starters, most people, period, across time and history, you have most built where it's politeness, and this here it's built in. You don't want to be impolite. You don't like confrontation. Anything seen as. And so you'll stay longer in situations, even if you're uncomfortable around someone that makes you uncomfortable, or you have doubts or something. And because you don't want to have any confrontation, because you don't want to feel rude, because this and that, right? And therefore you'll be in or around the environment longer in a more face-to-face way than you would normally allow through means like this. And for certain types of folks, it's easier to use that to draw you in, mind fuck you all up, sell you a face, a mask, and bullshit. Right? It just is. And it works. It does. It does. And I know it does, because even, I mean, it's hard even for those of us who know certain folks. Knowing good money, even lifelong wise, I mean, it's like living a monster every time. It's like, you dumb bitch, you know better than this goddamn face it's wearing today. You knew better than she knew, So they can kind of get you every time, even though you know what the fuck they're. Even though it's like, had someone was fucked up sideways about certain shit, even though we knew exactly what sort of deal with, still was like, And so, I can only imagine for people who are unaware and oblivious to who people are, and reality and truth and blah blah, how easy it might be to really sell certain shit. And Oh, shucks. Dude. Just like cornbread fucker out there selling shit to y'all. Alright. Y'all go for it, bro. Yeah. Do whatever. But what some of us know to be absolutely true is from fucking cornbread monster there to some of the rest is what you're dealing with. Are a pack of absolute goddamn abusers and women, children, animals, elderly, sick, terrorizers, setter-uppers, tampers. I mean, this is what the fuck. You know? You're like, oh, it seems like such a nice guy, like he can cook a Salisbury steak. Oh my gosh, you know? So heartbreaking. Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, we know better. But it's easier for them to sell it shit in person. And to wind you the fuck up. And do whatever, right? Some of these creators, that's more about. See what kind of fuck shit you get to on the ground, too. Because, man, more than a few went there and just straight partying the fuck down, too. I'm telling y'all, they were doing all kinds of shit. Like, oh, we're out doing the Lord's work and Summer's work and hashtag where's Summer. Meanwhile, they're just fucking around town, partying, doing dope down in there. I mean, like, okay. Anyway. Damn.
One time, she begged me to never bring her there ever again.
That was Linda.
Okay? They're not
It was just very uncomfortable. This woman just was able. How was the condition of the home? I never got outside our vehicle. Whenever we went, yeah. So from just walking to her from the outside, I'm like, where are you taking me? You know, somebody lives here, you know?
When you say you had to go there and get money, what's it like? Does he pay you out of?
Yeah.
When did you get
Richard, see, I didn't understand that. Not Richard. Jesse would direct deposit the money in his account because it was his job. So he would pay me my portion out of it, you know, which was 50-50. So I never actually got to see what the deposit was, but he told me what I'd make off of every job. And he would pay me my cash.
Did he ever stiff you?
Yeah, he stiffed me. He stiffed me the last time I was supposed to get $2,100. He paid me $300. Okay, left me with $1,800, and then fires me.
Now, see, here's the thing. I was listening to this again the other night. And throughout this, I would have listened to this piece, right? I think things sometimes take time before they click. Or before you hear certain things in the right way. But there's things I've been questioning since, like, well, instantly, but definitely days 2, 3, 4, you know, statements by this there. Things I know to be. And trying to figure out the answers for those. Moments, statements, things said, things were in. And then, like, at first, I know that I've done lines or whatever this before. I didn't quite, you know, But it also sometimes takes time, years even, for something to be like, God, the fuck you done, bitch? There it was the whole time. Shit happens. All the damn time. It's picking up in intensity lately. Anyway. Their frequency, anyway. So, this. And I know y'all have heard me, what the fuck does certain things mean? Why? And then, and now, okay, but certain things Dawn said right after some rest. Question mark. They were said. My tongues were bitten. Weird shit that should have been weird was weird. Okay. And then I know when I've done lives, I was talking about this, man, Dudley's all fucked up, or this is just extra shit MGL and Patty Matt in, or whatever, you know, because they have that habit too. But then it hits me because of other pieces I probably play. It's fun. So, the way I came about it the other night.
Well, he fired me before, but, you know, he went a couple days and I actually got to see what the deposit was, but he told me what I make off of every job. And he would pay me my cash.
Did he ever stiff you?
Yeah, he stiffed me. He stiffed me the last time I was supposed to get $2,100. He paid me $300, okay? Left me with $1,800. And then fires me. Well, he fired me before, but, you know, he went a couple days and I kept calling Jesse. I was like, did Don get paid? Yes, and I ain't getting paid. He said he hasn't paid you. I already deposited the money in his account.
Now, I've correlated this with the other thing. I've wondered about it since very early days. But, yeah, I've been like, there's something about those two things that go together. Oh, but it gets real fucked. Very soon.
I said, all right. Well, I called him back. I said, he didn't give me shit. He said, he didn't give me nothing. I wasn't going to tell him he gave me $300. That ain't shit compared to 21. You know? No, he didn't give me shit. He said he paid you $400. Well, he didn't pay me $400. He only paid me $300. And I had a neighbor that recorded it while I was getting it, and I was asking, have you heard anything about Summer? And he just wigged out on me. Like I should have never asked that question. Why not? I'm worried about his daughter. You know, just kind of weird.
When you said that, you know, he was acting crazy at the job, or he was, you know, not right the next day, and he was sitting in that tub.
Now, my perspective on the shit, and the way I took things in, statements that was that certain money offered to Dudley was done so prior to Summer Rush.
He acted crazy at the job every day.
He did act crazy.
Like, what? Give examples of what you said crazy.
Okay. My favorite was this. I'm pulling the metal around the window, and actually I'm pulling a butt joint on a wall next to a window, and he walks up to me with a scoop of mud on his knife and flings it right on a brand new window and says, I bet you can't do that. I said, when are you going to grow up? I said, now you get to clean that shit. He He turns around after I finish pulling the butt, takes a picture of it, sends it to Jesse and says, look what Dudley did. He's fighting with me. You know, just setting me up for a kill. And Jesse didn't call me.
Notice that's twice he's used that phrasing. Setting him up for the kill. Setting him up for the kill.
He's just letting Don deal with it.
So, remind me who Jesse is again?
Tucker.
Oh, Jesse Tucker, okay.
Yeah, Jesse's Richardson. He's the one that's letting the business go to shit. He'd rather have child pedophiles working for him in these neighborhoods.
Who would that be?
In meth head, Don Wells. If I would have known I was working with a child pedophilist, I don't believe he would have made it.
When you call Don Wells a pedophile, why? Why is
well, he's he molested his sisters. Okay, I was told that he was molesting Summer, and possibly Candace got pissed off and killed her because she was jealous. So, you know, there's stories, you know, that really throw red flags up at him.
We've heard the same thing.
And I've had Candace run out the door telling me, did I ever tell you I hate fucking kids? I looked at Don and I said, is she talking to me?
Candace said that?
Yeah, Candace said that. And I said, well, she's got 4. She should have kept her legs closed. But Don, on the other hand, he never got the good book about growing up. He's definitely a childlike 14-year-old stuck in a 53-year-old body, or however old he is. Because he's got games. He throw mud on the floors. You know, he wrote all this shit on walls that I got fired for. And he admitted about a week ago on there that he wrote down everything the meth head would do.
Yeah.
And did that. I think he even told the behavioral panel that. But the reason that he wrote that on the whole job site, he liked a handy dandy notebook. So I guess after he had to look up on method dose on YouTube, he then didn't have a handy dandy notebook, but he did have like mud and all these other things, you know, and tools in his hands in order to write it on the wall of a job site. To remind himself. I wonder if the behavioral panel really bought that bullshit. I'm gonna go probably no. But yeah. Yeah.
We heard that.
So he admitted that he wrote it on the walls, and he said I did.
We heard that at some point TBI or Hawkins County Sheriff, I didn't hear which, asked you where Don Wells buried Summer's body. Is that true?
You know, yeah, to a point, it wasn't them that asked me that.
Who was
Did you
it?
say the FBI, TBI, or no?
So, yeah,
them.
law enforcement.
No.
Let me just say law enforcement.
No, it was a guy named Chris. You know what? I think, you know, I don't know. I think it was a phone call. Somebody on the phone called me. Was it not on the phone, or was that when we went over there to Rock Springs to meet with Chris and his wife? Do you remember that?
I can't remember if it was on the phone or if it was in person.
I want to say it was when I talked to Chris over there at Rock Springs, when we went over there to look to see about the concrete footage. Because they were the ones that said, do you think she possibly could have been buried?
Trying real hard to figure out how certain shit that shouldn't be known is known in those moments, aren't you, Dudley? In order for these dipshits to have known about it when they shouldn't have. I know where he keeps happening to olives.
in a house or something. I said, you know what? I said, they had a lot of holes around that last job we did. I said that they had to put concrete footers in. I said, the holes were there, but the concrete wasn't. That is a house on top.
And what location was that at?
Rock Springs, exit 6.
I'm sorry?
Edinburgh. Rock Springs, exit 6 on Edinburgh.
Do you know the address or road name?
And what's fucked is in these people, see, they much like other types of monsters like I was talking about. They can get you in person or even on phone, whatever, right? Part of that is throwing shit like out there they shouldn't know or to list this or you see him falter with it. He thinks, well fuck, if these people know, they should know and therefore I can then speak about it. But chances are these motherfuckers, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird how it keeps happening. It's just so many. Yes.
I just know how to get there. It's literally, the Edinburgh is the subdivision with the school that's built on it. But if you were to drive around, it starts with C, Condon or something street, you turn right on it and go down all the way to the end, take a left, and you'll see the brand new houses. The very house in the corner that's on the right side of the corner, that's the last one me and Don did together. And all them houses to the left of that, to the right of that house, wasn't even there.
Your life, if I turn your life upside down, this whole scenario, and how do you feel about it?
I just think it's like a nightmare. I constantly people asking me, Mom, I saw this video, saw that video on YouTube, this and that, and it's just becomes too much at times.
Yeah. How's this affected your son?
Well, we try not to talk a whole lot, with him, but, he'll send me, like, on my phone or whatever.
Yeah, they always want to know. They're always concerned about the children. They want to make sure you know that they know that you have them. Right? And then they pretend to care, but then they'll destroy them. And they'll go after them, and especially if they're witnesses to anything or they think they could be anything. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But, yeah, they want to make sure anybody has them or anything knows they know.
He's like, Mom, why do you want to listen to that? Because I want to follow what this man's doing, what he's going to say about Ray and this and that. And
I saw you defending Dudley on. That's how I reached out to you.
If you had an opportunity to tell the world anything about this, if you had something to tell the world about Don.
Wait. JLR seen her defending Dudley. I'm gonna guess on Facebook somewhere. Summer Wells group or something, you know. Or after she'd been made aware because people online were coming at them and saying all the fuck shit and drama out. You know, say slanderous things about them or their kids or parenting or whatever else, make them feel like it had to come out. People in their inboxes were directing them to the worst shit ever said about them. And then you all acquired them. Oh no, y'all wouldn't be both of this within JLR, wouldn't be back here watching. JLR of the super set-up-y, most likely to help with DCS and shit fuckery. And with the main groups that do all this shit over Facebook and YouTube combined. No, not that feller who's fucked with our U.S. state reps, Sandy Hook parents, sued everything that ever existed on Earth. There's definitely a whole lot of people bitch in prison. Played with children once before to, like, I don't know, rob millions from banks, do whatever, create what we now have in the world is fishing and whatever. Yeah. Responsible for Alex Jones even goddamn existing. That's fucking terrible in itself. And some Bernie Madoff fuckery in there, believe it. No shit. Yep. Oh, paints himself orange or black, depending on the day and which side of political events he's trying to set off. You know, pretends to suck Hitler's dick with a Mountain Dew while doing Hail Hitler's, that type of shit, smelling shitty panties. No, not that JLR. He'd never do any such fucking thing. Absolutely not. He's all for them babies. Hashtag where is. No, wait. No, he cares. That's why he compares victims of crime to steak at Texas Roadhouse or wherever in Nines. Like, he cares so much. I really don't think I breathe for you. But yeah, he'd never, with a group, well organized online, like he has since the internet was still screaming. He got free discs in the mail, used minors and otherwise in groups to then rob people and banks and everything. Shit, no. Not that guy. He'd never work in well organized professional groups online. Not work a real job, be able to travel the country doing fuck shit all the goddamn time. How's he do that? You never ask yourself that. Kind of.
Candace Wells, what would it be? I'm going to ask Dudley first, and then I'm going to go to you, Linda.
I think that the world really needs to look a little deeper into their eyes, because if they really listen to them, they don't care about their kids. They're not doing anything to make it better for their kids. So as far as, you know, everybody knows the truth. They know the truth. They're just trying to keep leads off them. You know, I mean, it's I don't know what else to say. He's running thousands of people around and wasting their time, their valuable time that they're trying to help them find Summer, and they don't give a shit about Summer.
It's too bad you're talking about and to a bunch of provocateurs who are helping them do that. And that's their intent, with or without parasitic cooperation and working together with folks around cases. It's too bad you're talking to those types who want to run the world around in circles too and fuck off and destroy things on purpose. And you think they really give a shit either? about any of these kids or Summer? Shit. That's the fucking tragedy.
Lying, and he's, eventually just gonna cut his own throat, like he's already done. Multiple times. I mean, they played pranks on his sister that he molested at 12, and he said he didn't know what that was.
But did they do that alone? There were several teams doing certain fuck shit to make shit look certain ways around an attempted fundraiser number one. I mean, don't get me wrong. Throughout the years, these people have played the same games. Well before Summer finished. Set up an abundance of people for the kill at job sites and otherwise infect people over and other things throughout the years. It's kind of their thing. Just found a bigger way to do it with more people to help here. I'm having a great time of it.
Please. I'm pretty sure you all know he knows what that was. Every man out there knows what that was. So, I think if they keep feeding into his bullshit, he's just using it as a trophy. Candace, when he drove past me, or when I drove past him, he gave me a peace sign. And of course I flipped him off, but I told my buddy at work about it, and he's older cat, and they all know about it. He said, maybe that wasn't a peace sign, Dudley. He said, maybe that was a sign of victory, World War I or II. He said, they threw that up there for a sign of victory. I said, well, what would he be victory of? That he's gotten what he wanted, and he's winning. So, but his time will come out. Karma's a bitch. She don't sleep. I don't know. That's about what I can think.
Yeah, I agree too. I mean, with the CPSRA being involved prior to Summer being missing, if there was an issue in the home that bad, those kids should have been took out then. And maybe Summer would still be around, and everybody's time wouldn't have been wasted. And
Did Summer ever go to any of the job sites?
Yes.
She has.
At least 3 that I know of.
Jonesboro,
Rock Springs.
How old was Summer?
5, I think.
So recently, within the last 6 months or?
In June.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I mean, I seen her, you know what I mean? Hell, when they got in that little car wreck, they were doing a video chat.
Car wreck?
Yeah, at the dollar store, I think it was, when Grambo had to get hospitalized.
What month was that?
Huh?
What month was that? June of last year.
Yeah, it was right before this happened.
And you said it happened at Dollar General?
I believe it was a dollar store, yeah. She was backing up and somebody hit her, and I mean, put a little bitty bump, but Grambo had to get ambulance to the hospital. So she was trying to get some pain pills for a second. Don was making a big joke about it, but I talked to Summer right there, and Don gave it a phone and said, here, talk to Dudley. And I asked her what happened. She said, we got in a car wreck. They hit Grandma.
What kind of
But Summer wasn't hurt.
No bruises. They went and got checked.
Strange, isn't it? I wonder if Dudley ever stopped to wonder why. He was put on the phone with Summer or them. Well, Grandis was backing out and got hit. Allegedly, supposedly, I don't know. Alright, but that's weird. and then last summer. But it puts a little bitty dent, and will be clearly, I guess, Candace Senior's. And it would seem that somebody was on the phone with Dawn. You'd assume that'd be Candace Jr. Over vid chat, while this occurred, this event, Candace is backing out and gets hit. Not hit someone, but gets hit. And then has to go to the hospital. And then for some reason, it looks like the boys, once again, aren't present in the vehicle only Summer. Right before Summer vanishes, and the boys who are said to have traveled everywhere with Candace are once again not present or taken with. And another hospital or emergency thing involved in, in the days leading up to it. Sometimes you have to go. Now, throughout the years, for the most part, and that's the thing, like, the Super was bought so they could all go everywhere at one time. Now, even without it present, the Suburban would do the same. But it seems like right there, like, it just kept being Candace Senior's vehicle, and Summer being the only one to be taken with places. And every time at several, oh boy, leading up to her mansion. I mean, you could go full on Kool-Aid and be like, man, were these all dry runs? Maybe. I mean, hell, those texts hold true and real. Although, dates are a little blurry or something, certain ones around certain shit. I mean, but from Dawn at one point put out, supposedly by him, that, Hunter, another grandest moment, all this, Fisher. I mean, it's like a play-by-play the same fucking day, man. I don't know. And then again, maybe also, you also gotta think, like, why in the hell, if you have a DCS case going, and they did, would you be leaving children at home all alone? Wouldn't you be especially like, oh, well, no, you're coming with me? You know what I mean? So why was only Summer coming and going? Why were the boys being left there? Looks like by themselves over and over. Especially when on a lot of these days, or whatever, it looks like there's going to be fishing or swimming or other things in play. Why is that? And then, I just... Oh, man. Shit was funky. Especially from the first days that you know. Yeah, I mean, things were just getting weird. For more than just, I don't know. She was off the rails. For a few, it seems to be on coinciding days, which that really fucking freaks me out. It really does. It really does. And all kinds of people's behaviors being extreme. But anyway. And so many norms that things that should have been present that weren't. Things that should have been done that weren't. Why is it that I can't tell you how many times I get a message being like, hey, one of the kids or two or whatever, they're at the house, will you keep an eye or ear out, etc., peek over on it, whatever, right? And so why was none of that done? It's like other norms that we're missing in and around everything for more than a bit, and then especially the 15th. It just... things are missing that should not be from that day. Obviously, summer being the main thing missing that shouldn't be. But there are other things that should be there that never were. That bother me a great deal.
Supposedly.
When Don, going back to the job site, when Summer was at these job sites, was she just running around the house or unattended?
Yeah, 90 going west. Yep. Didn't have no control over her. I mean, she was running all over walkboards, that's going across ladders in a stairwell. That's, I don't know, you've seen it, babe. Mm-hmm. That one way I was working at, that was what, 15 feet off the ground? That's crazy.
What kind of drugs do you know that Don Wells was on? Whether you physically seen him or you've discussed with him or you...
he talked about meth every day.
Every day?
Every day he talked about meth. And I didn't understand why, but he was trying to put me in a category. Like he tried the first couple of weeks trying to see that I was on meth, but then he tells me, he says, no, you're not on meth. He said, you just like I was when I was young and growing up doing this stuff. He said, you just a hard worker,
Do you think? Go ahead.
But did you see him do meth?
I didn't see him do meth, but I saw something that looked like that substance in his car. So
Do you think he was trying to see if you were a user so he could use?
Yes. He kept
could
telling
find
me
out whether he could
trying
use
to
it at
get
my
me
job.
involved in his activity. So when I wouldn't, he would leave, take off for 15 minutes, come back, and he's boom, 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 boom. But still.
This got me to thinking about something else. And throughout the years, these moments. And I've mentioned some of them a million times. Seems like. And yeah, you can take them as just weird, blurted out bullshit. Right? At the most inappropriate or weird times, are just like. And it's, what the fuck? And, like, say, for instance, the other night when I was talking about C being midway in my drive, and then just being blurting out the whole, oh yeah, I was smoking meth, blah, 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 right? And I'm like, okay. It's just weird thing you just drop in the middle of a fucking conversation, not anything remotely like that, but alright. And I was like, maybe you ought not be doing that, considering what you've told me is a pacemaker, heart situation, pacemaker, shit. And then the mask goes back up. Well, Donnie made him do it. Now, you can look at that as just inappropriate, don't want to say that, whatever, right? Or the whole, well, Donnie, whatever. But you can also look at that like fence testing. And what I mean by that is, well, certain folks, monsters and otherwise, they test your fences, your boundaries, your tolerances. See what they can get you fucked in and wound up with, what you might be okay with, what they, shit like that. Yeah. We'll drop shit like that to see if, like, you're okay or tolerant of that type of shit or whatever the fuck it might be. And I'm not talking about just drugs or things like that, but other things. You can take and replace that for almost anything. That someone wants to push your boundaries on all the things, Fence testing. It's it can be used to do a whole host of things. Namely for a lot of addicts, otherwise, or I don't know, look, it depends on what monsters are after, or what fence testers are after, or what their agenda is. But, with that, I would assume it would be to see if someone was tolerant of that type of shit, or being around it, or it could be a new party buddy, or a supplier might have, or this area, Yeah. And then the masks, you see if they realize pretty quickly you're not tolerant of this. Oh, well, and then they'll do exactly what was done there, which is, oh, Don made me, and, mask. That way it makes it seem like they're not tolerant either, they're just made to by an abuser. Which, fence testers clearly know us, then it would be like, well, it's just another form of abuse being done against them, but no. Wasn't buying that bullshit, just like I wasn't buying the bullshit about the Don Mater do with the shit either. And considering all the other bullshit over here with the hoaxes, ain't all done. But those two, they do throw each other under the bus quite a bit, but also work together as they both know they're doing that to one another. But it's a form of, and something very much done for years, and probably as long as they've been around one another. When they're fucking around or setting up others or doing fuck shit throughout the years. It's a thing. Anyway, carry on.
Couldn't do as good of a job to keep up with me. But that's what he had to do because I was.
What gets me though is these two worked together. During a period that Skeletor existed, it looks like, next door during certain areas, but also there's something else behind all that. And because of certain ties between that family, Smothers, in and around Benham, otherwise throughout. No, man. Leading right up to him. What made him apply and even whatever it took. Maybe he made him where Tucker was somewhere now.
I was just doing my job. We were subcontractors. We didn't work by the hour.
Did he come to work drunk, or did he ever drink on the job?
Yeah, he drinks spoiled milk on the job. That could probably get you drunk. I've never seen him actually drinking. I've never seen him drink, period.
Oh, you never seen him drink?
I've never seen an empty container at his house. And his wife, she would drink them malt liquor cans.
Right?
Yeah, see, shit had changed. I'd always done Dawn to drink. And her. Oh, but that shit had shifted mightily. Ugh. Leading up, especially the 6 months, too. Of course, you'll hear that 6 month, well, I know, it's fun. 6 months, and 6 months, and angel fucking choirs and shit singing. Jose's, Utah's, weird shit. Some real fuck shit. Anyway.
But,
Yeah.
you know, I've never seen him drink at all. But he was fucked up all the time. So he was just on meth. That's what I believe.
Yeah.
You know, because he had his eyes, it was so little pupils, and you could just tell he was so glossy. I know it wasn't from smoking a joint. In the damn Churchill that made me go to that Sunday and wasted my damn time. He went there and done the job in the middle of the night. That one right there, he's took the guy's battery, big 20-volt Bridget battery, because he had a radio, and he stuck it in his radio. You know, I've never seen him drink at all, but he was fucked up all the time. So he was just on meth. You know, that's what I believe.
Yeah.
You know, because he had his eyes, it was so little pupils, and you could just tell he was so glossy. I know it wasn't from smoking a joint. In in the damn Churchill and made me go to.
And see, they cut it there.
That Sunday and wasted my damn time. He went there and done the job in the middle of the night. That one right there, he's took the guy's battery, big 20-volt rigid battery, because he had a radio, and he stuck it in his radio. So, yeah, I seen him do that over there. I was like, Don, I said, that ain't your shit, man. He was like, I'm just borrowing it. I bet he never brought it back.
Anything else you seen him take off job sites, like tools or people's, like other construction equipment, take it home, or?
I see him take a lot of.
Please stay tuned for the next episode.
Now, hey, don't do that.
Don told me he just got out of jail.
Episode 1. I suggest you watch that before watching this.
Anything else you seen him take off job sites, like tools or people's, like other construction equipment, take it home, or?
I see him take a lot of material. You know, like I said, I went to his house, and he had to have 20, 30 buckets of mud that been sitting out there a couple of years and frozen. That was no good. And I mean, you can't freeze mud. Mud can't sit out in the cold. It'll freeze it. Once it freezes, it'll mold. He's mixing that shit in with the mud at the house, trying to get rid of it because he took it from Tucker and them, and he was trying to get rid of it. But his whole yard was full of it. I said, man, brand new buckets of mud. But then he accused me of stealing mud when he told me to go put it in my storage because he didn't have no room at the house.
Do you know if he's still working for Tucker?
I don't know, but I heard he was. I don't know.
So who else would
I haven't seen him since he ripped me off, but I saw him almost every day last week.
Yeah, like you said.
Kind of weird. My hair stood up the first day I saw him go by because my teeth were gringed. And I thought he wasn't doing 90 miles an hour either. He was doing like 20 miles an hour. So he's seen me there, and he's cahooted with my old boss that I had that just supposedly fired me. But he's cahooted with him, and he's a damn needle junkie. That's why I don't work for him no more. So he wants to accuse me of being, what do you call me, a junkie? Yeah, and a junkie is a needlehead. Somebody who, maybe a crackhead or meth head, but I always thought a junkie was just a heroin dope head, shoot up needles. That's what I always thought. And to be frank honest, I ain't done none of it. I like tattoos, but my ex-boss, his hands, you can see the tracks on Womack paint. He wanted to say I'm a junkie because he got on with Don Wells, and I told him too much, John, and he went ahead and got in with Don Wells and wanted to throw me back in as being a main suspect. I can't hold a job.
Do you know where Don was on June 15th? Was he at work that you know of? I know you were fired.
Yeah, Jesse told me he went to skim a house. Wasn't that when I went up to Jesse and I said, Jesse? I said, where's Don? He said, he's skimming the house. I said, he's skimming the house when his daughter's missing? I said, there's something wrong with that. I said, because me personally, I don't know that I could work if somebody was skimming a house when my daughter's missing.
What house was that? Where?
That was one of their houses. That was, I forget the name of that subdivision. That's in Jonesboro, though.
So he was in Jonesboro area?
Right there, huh?
Was it in Roxbury?
No, it was in Jonesboro.
Right there where?
I want to say by the police station, Sullivan County Police Station.
So he was there the day Summer was reported missing.
What's that police station up there in Jonesboro? Is that Sullivan County? That is Sullivan County, isn't it? I believe so. I think it is
Washington County?
police. Yeah, pretty big. Huh?
I don't know.
That's what Jesse said. I didn't know. I didn't go. I wasn't allowed to. I was fired.
And there's a jump there in the video. So
Just didn't understand why he was going to work when his daughter's missing. That's what I didn't get.
He talked to his neighbor yesterday in front of his house.
And Dawn very much was trying to go back to work. Right after Summer vanished. Clearly, you knew that in some of the Bobo interviews as well.
We're out there, we said that we went and got the dogs food. And we heard them hungry, animal use of everything. The neighbor came out, his name was Donnie Lisbon, behind me. Don Walls was throwing his other neighbor, Fred Hill, under the bus, just like with you. Matter of fact, when you talked to her, he said the same thing in the same interview. Fred Hill, that
Now, if you notice, JLR starts mentioning Fred here.
You gotta look at Fred Hill. Fred Hill confronted me. He said, "Don't put my name in your mouth."
I mentioned Sharfie. Yeah, of the Line Bastard group. Fuckface.
I knew where I would be now. I told you. The same kind of thing was he did to you. Drag your name in the mud.
He said so many lies. He's put so many people under the bus. He's wasted so many volunteers. I mean, I feel horrible for you guys because y'all got to listen to this shit and try to make something out of it.
They are the shit, bro. Anyway, they're all the shit.
And you want to believe him because you want to help Summer, but literally,
We don't believe him.
you don't realize you're dealing with a psychopath.
You think he's a psychopath? Sociopath, psychopath, or do you think she's just a drug
addict? I mean, just a drug head from all.
Shot a flare at us.
I don't know if you knew that, yeah? He shot a flare gun at us. We were feeding his dogs.
We were feeding his dogs in front of his house asking, "Where's Summer?" And guess what? He flew out somewhere up on that hill and went, pow, and this thing went right over our head, a flare.
Got it on film.
Got it on film. Tucker, is he a contractor?
Yeah, he's a subcontractor. That's all he is. Yeah, Tucker doesn't want anything to do with it.
So Tucker can't fire him or anything like that.
They feel bad for him because they believe his shit.
Wow. And I reached out to Richard.
They're supposedly a Christian, but, you know, Richard's a good guy. Richard is an awesome guy. His wife, Miss Rose, beautiful people. They'll do anything in the world. The problem is the company's so big that they don't actually get to see everything. Like Jesse probably never goes on 90% of his jobs because he's got people to go there and he relies on those people to pick up the checks and do what they got to do. Okay, the job. Well, me personally, I have a few haters out there. I'm a threat to some of them and they don't want me around, so.
Do you want to tell us who those are? This way you have an added layer of protection?
Well, Mike Oliver's gonna stick up for me, and he chose to.
No, it's not protection. It's so they know who to go acquire next to talk shit about you and fuck you up. And even if that's allows them to bring more bullshit and chaos and mud and provocateur shit and to fuck shit up sideways. That's what that's about. Safety. I wonder who all did feed that other boss bullshit behind the scenes and such, and made sure you were putting, you know, it's fun.
Turn his back on me.
Inside with Don?
In the category, yeah. Like they wanted to say that I was, I guess, an ethnic.
So who's Oliver? He works with Don?
No, he works with Tucker. He's Tucker's touch-up. They tried saying I took too long on the job, but they never actually went there to the job. The job had 10 bathrooms. That's how big the house was. And it was over me and all. And you could see every flat, butt joint, arches looked like shit. The screw holes you could see all along the wall, but they painted the showed everything. And I went through and fixed the whole house, and it took over 2 weeks, and nobody once checked up on me, but they said I wasn't taking too long on the job. Well,
You might want to put that down here.
who says one man can do all this? I pretty much solid coated walls, fixed all the doors. The only one that actually knew what I'd done and appreciated was the homeowner. He saw me there working. It was 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, and he thanked me because he noticed everything that I'd done. All the details. You know, multi-million-dollar home. It was custom. The last thing you see is drywall when it's all done.
Is there any other companies that Don Wells works for? Like besides Tucker, like he's just his own. It's a subcontractor.
Tucker's always been his own guy. That's been his man, Tucker. That's why he felt threatened by me, because he said I had so many attached jobs I could do. Why do I need to work there? You know, I was going to take the job. You know, but he took his own job. I was there to help him as a partner.
If Don, sounds awful, but was to dispose of, say, Summer's body, where do you think, because you're more familiar around here than we are, where do you think that location could possibly be?
It's a long shot, but it's between Rock Springs and Greene County.
Why?
Oh, because that's his backwoods. If you look up the map, he could be in Greene County in 30 minutes from his house. And we did a lot of jobs out there in Chucky. Chucky is another one. There's some woods out there, man, that scared me. You know, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. I would have never thought, you know, but I would guess Rock Springs to Greene County, where I checked. That covers Jonesboro and everything. That's a straight shot.
But what is your opinion on what you think happened to Summer? Like, do you think something happened with Candace and
My
accident?
wife and I talked about that, and I really believe, I don't know my wife thinks, but I really believe that Summer got hurt, you know, and fell and killed herself. That was a dangerous house. And for her to have to say she came out and screamed, why did you scream? What did you see that you had to scream?
So you believe Jody Sue when she said she heard that scream?
Yeah, I do. I believe that she saw her daughter dead, you know, and it was an accident.
Now, see, I've never found anywhere Candace has said that she screamed. I've seen messages that are reportedly from Candace Sr. where she implies that Candace Jr. is all like, she come up in a historical scream, blah blah, right? Anyway, yeah. So I don't know what he's necessarily.
So then what do you think happened at that point?
Yeah, but I also thought that, you know, what I said before, Don blessed his daughter, she was jealous and pulled an envy on her. Killed her own daughter. You know, she didn't watch the kid. You know, I mean, you know, when they ran out the house, did they not have drawers on, no clothes? I was like, I said, hey, that one right there in front is a little girl. They shaved her head. They shaved all their heads.
Did they ever tell you why?
See, once again, community knowledge should have been getting weird. Dudley was witnessing some of the same things that a lot of us were. And had a whole lot of us, like, going, what the fuck? This is like a new thing. Why is this happening? Like, this ain't, you know. but we're all seeing or witnessing these things. Question is, like, why now is it, right, that, think about it, throughout the years, you see a bunch of us, right, have the same things. We're all witnessing or seeing or hearing the same things, right? We tell the public, detectives, whatever, right? Same things. And then, but online, right? What you have is well, all the rest. All of them. When we all say the same things, right? And have knowledge of these same things. Witness statements to these same things. They don't get eaten alive for them. Destroyed for them. But this realm has spent years terrorizing the absolute shit out of the children. For things that were even said or admitted to by Don and them, long before we were Republican and that helped. It's like the shower thing. I see it. I get eaten alive. Though it looks like, and I was not aware of it while I was being eaten alive for it, that Don in the very beginning, apparently over here, it already been outed by Allie for whatever, right? And then he'd be like, hey, yeah, that happens. So then make it make sense with this realm ain't me alive for it. Try to act like I am, and then Candace gets up there and lies to Ernie about an acts like she don't know all this other fuck shit. Make it make sense. Why are all the people otherwise held the same knowledge, same witness to know all these things not eaten? But the weed shit, though, I chose the wrong target out that eaten. But yet Don already admitted, told y'all it was being used for sedative effects, you know. And then you have him having knowledge of it, and others, they are not terrorized, tormented, destroyed for. You see, it tells you that only certain things are done to us. For certain reasons. That is the only explanation. Right? You cannot say at a certain point that once you know that, become aware of it. It's like, wait a minute, they didn't destroy Allie for the statements runs throughout. They didn't destroy. Well, I mean, they might have said a few cursory things around Dawn admitting to it, or changing stories and all this other garbage around when I was taking showers with kids. Dude, we took more shit over the shower stuff than Dawn and Candace ever fucking, or her bullshit acting routine about how she didn't know. And you know she clearly knew. With Ernie. No. Throughout the years, we've taken more shit and been slandered, liable to arrest, etc., targeted, called a liar over the goddamn shower shit than Dawn, Candace, anybody else. Allie was never questioned. It was, oh my god, y'all need to call TV on Allie. Why didn't you report my blah, 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 blah. You know? It's like, you have to stop and go, hold the fuck up. Maybe Joseph is right. There's something really wrong with the fact that they use and twist and do shit that was already out there and known, apparently, by y'all and said by others before us. Including not what, and go, wait, why are they spending years terrorizing her when over the same shit already known or said, or why is it they're not going, okay, look, here's another person witnessing it? If they were truly trying to put anything together for summer, wouldn't this group, wouldn't all these creators be like, well, wait, here's this amount of people now saying this happened. These people are saying these days, this is what was happening and all that, right? They're not doing that. They never have. And for you all to stop and think, why is it? What is it? They don't want you to do that. Because then you might actually get it. And, quite frankly, if you're one of the others around this and you'll play with them, wear a collar for them, you know, walk around like a little dog's on a leash, type of shit, give them all things, feed them out of the neighbors, community shit, whatever they want, create more content, play games with them, for them, help terrorize the choir, do whatever for the rest of the community. They sort of leave you the fuck alone, dude. Yeah. And they pay, oh, like, yeah. Yeah. Is what it is. Otherwise, really all they do is spend their time tormenting, annihilating, trying to fuck you up, set you up, doing fuck shit, you know? Anyway. Carrying on. Don't you do it.
Why they shaved the daughter's head? Why they shaved Summer's head? Did he?
Well, Don said because she woke up and she shaved her mom's hair, or she cut her own hair, so she had to shave it all off, and Candace just went ahead and shaved hers to make it look like hers. That's what Don said. But truth be told, they had lice, and they shaved all their heads. All of them had shaved. They usually do that because you're too lazy to take care of your kids. I'm just trying to figure out what had Don's mind destroyed on Monday.
On the tour.
You know what I mean? Because I've never seen him that way.
So he just distraught on a Monday.
Something happened Monday morning. I didn't hang out with him.
We talked about a meeting.
And they cut it again. Monday morning. And you know, I recall in the Jerry Force and always, you know, things being said around a certain time. What I find odd is it all sort of correlates with Dobbs coming into town too in those hours. You know, and I don't understand him necessarily saying all the things Don describes are on Monday and not the actual Tuesday, because of things happening at certain times instead of being on the 14th. So
Talked about, you know, leaving shit, you know, and see other women.
Did Don ever?
He'd see a girl one time looked like she had been 14 years old and lined up. I'm like, dude, that's like a kid, bro.
Where was this at?
This was I want to say Jonesboro.
Was somebody
What are you looking at? You know, I said, yeah, kid can't be 12, 14 years old. You know?
Did he ever say anything about Candace cheating on him?
Yeah, he did. He told me about that.
Jose?
Those charges she filed on him with Jose or something.
Was there or no?
There was something there. I remember him telling me that she was. I think he had to go to Utah or some shit. And she had pressed charges against him, and he had to go in there. She was all caught her cheating on him with some Mexican. I remember something like that. Yeah.
Did he ever talk bad about the Mexican guy?
Oh yeah, he said he went over there and go kill him and shit. That she was playing some prank on him or something. They got a twisted relationship. Him and Candace, that's a special breed there.
Yeah.
You got your hands tied.
You see her do drugs ever? Or drink? You said you saw her drink those big bottles of.
Yeah, no, she had a plate on the table though when I walked over to get my check the first time.
A plate of what?
A plate with something lined out on it. I doubt it was cocaine. It looks a little expensive for that.
Have you seen her under the influence before? Like at the house or anywhere? You ever see her like, under the influence? All the time?
I think I drove there. I got her 3 times. 2 or 3 times. It didn't matter if it was in the morning or in the evening. Both of them was taken. They were both under the influence of something.
With the kids there? Wasn't
Yeah, with the kids there.
And with the kids
and screaming at them all the time.
Did you ever see them like in the house and just let the kids just wandering outside on their own? Summer outside?
Do whatever they wanted. The boys were in charge of something.
Do you know why Don wanted, you said that he talked about cheating on his wife, but he wanted to actually leave her. He talked about leaving her. Do you know why? Did he ever tell you or indicate why he wanted to leave her?
He just said he was dealing with too much shit. They've been together too long, things like that.
Is there anything, last things that either you or Linda would like to just, I mean, this is your opportunity.
Absolutely.
You have something to say to the world.
I hope to God something good comes out of this as far as summer goes. Because parents, I thought that Don Wells my #1 suspect, I'd be in jail already.
I have 2 last questions for you. Have you heard of Don or Candace being involved in any search or Summer? Have you heard, because you guys are close by here? You have not. Okay, and the last question that I have is, do you believe that they obviously have the ability to harm their children? Have you seen them harm their sons? I mean, not just Summer, but we've never asked you about
I've never
yours.
seen him harm Summer, but I've seen him beat the shit out of his son.
Explain that.
All 3 of them?
2 of them.
Which ones?
I mean, he just, the one he did when he had him on the job site. He back-talked him something, backhanded him, grabbed him by his pants, gave him a wedgie, told him to get outside, go sit in the truck. That was in the chocolate factory.
You know what son that was?
Josie.
Josie's like their prize child, it seems. Yeah, the oldest one? Because he told us that he wants a Free Josie t-shirt. What does that mean, Free Josie? Well, you know that they were taken away.
It's a trophy to Don.
Really? He's a trophy to Don?
It's a trophy to Don, yeah, it's exactly what it is.
What do you think?
He thinks, like his little peace sign with me, having victory, he's getting what he wants. He's got everybody going around in circles, and the finger's on him. But he still wants to throw everybody else under the bus and give them this hard time, and come at them about all these crazy questions when really he's a suspect. Him and Candace did this. They know what they've done. They're not saying it. Everybody's feeding on their bullshit. They think it's a fucking game.
Yes, they do. Absolutely.
It's a game to them.
Yes, I say that
Okay?
all
That's
the time.
a trophy.
Yes.
It's his trophy to get off on that. It's a big joke. When he hit up the phone, they're laughing at us. Well, one day they'll cry if they make it that point.
we want to talk to other friends of Don and Candy. Do you know any other people that
I don't work with these friends, so I don't know them.
you don't know any?
Do you know anybody who would be willing to talk to us?
What about coworkers?
Yeah, his friend Jamie, that knew Don more than anybody. But I don't
Jamie
know.
who?
I don't know Jamie's last name.
And he works for Tucker?
Yeah, he works for Tucker. He's not a sub. Everybody out working.
What job position is he?
He's a foreman. He runs a crew for Tucker Drop Off.
Anybody else worth seeing, like coworkers?
Nobody like Don.
Why didn't nobody like him?
He's a piece of shit.
So no, he wasn't popular.
He was slow. Nobody liked Don. I didn't like him.
Yeah.
I just got stuck working. They set us up to fail.
When you say slow, what do you mean? Like slow, like just...
Set us up to fail.
What's wrong?
Physically and mentally.
Candace
He's
too?
special.
He's at the
So a lot of
She's slower than molasses.
So a lot of people say, how can two slow people get away with,
Because they're playing the dumb role. I'm too dumb. Duh. Please. They know so much that they're good at it. This isn't their first rodeo. They've done this shit.
career criminals.
She worked at a circus, and I worked in construction for my own business.
I'm pretty sure it was Senior that worked at the circus, but who the fuck really had? Hell.
I shut a circus down because half of the criminals ripping people off my couch. Just trying to give away hot, stolen four-wheelers at a circus. They're all criminals. Nobody legit works at a circus.
you ever met the grandmother?
That was my question.
That's a special one there.
Why?
Grandis is, well, she never said a whole lot, but she had this look on her face. Sometimes I wish I was a fly on the wall just to hear what they were talking about, because they were very devious. They had to go outside and talk. They leave the kids inside with me, and they go outside and talk. They would come to the job, and they would start screaming at each other. So Don didn't like Candace.
Look here, mashed potato. Look here, mashed potato. What is it? What is it? Now tell them hi this evening. Are you mad at me? No, you gonna tell them hi. I know I hear. What are we looking at? What? What's the matter? I know. What is it? No, I don't know what it is. You can go try to eat Molly Golightly's face. What? What are we looking at? You're gonna look at him upside down, exorcist style. They're gonna be like, oh my god, the cat needs holy water. Did you just see it look at all the spirits and then get possessed? Let's do an exorcism on the cat. He's just built a little different, okay? Don't you judge my cat. I feel y'all out there judging my cat. He's a very sweet potato. He's not possessed by anything other than spoiled. Okay, here. You got your little leggy there. Okay. I got you. I got you. It's okay. I just had to move you. What? Well, are you gonna go play with your brother, or are you cuddling about it? We're gonna let him figure it out, and we're gonna continue, because this is where we're going. We're almost there. Yay.
Grandma, when you were saying it's not fair to us, it's not fair to us.
You know, my wife posts things on Facebook because she wants to say something nice about our day, and somebody's got to message you and send you a picture of me being accused of Don, you know, being a child something.
Right, right.
That's pretty shitty.
Did you get a lot? Do you still get messages?
Oh yeah, I still get it.
That's gonna be what kind of messages.
Of course they do. Everybody does. Y'all make sure of that.
Just the things that, have you heard the latest song?
And they make sure to send everybody all the worst things being said about them and shit, mostly by those who manufacture it and put it out. Fake names and fake people and all y'all under 4,000 alt accounts, and those like the CZs and the Heathers and the little pieces of shit in between that get up to that fuck shit, like the Green Eyes and the Killers and the others who do all that fuck shit. Right, and the Hatters and, oh gosh, yeah, but yeah. And those under seemingly real names, but, you know, aren't. And they're still not 1,000 alts, and they're part of your little research teams and your groups and your hive. Definitely a well-organized group operating over several social media platforms in a manner to cause destruction, mayhem, acquire real human beings, commit emotional and mental manipulation and anguish, and tear them at the very fucking least, and to draw them in to make it look natural and keep law enforcement and others oblivious of those tactics, so y'all look like you're, oh no, look, it's just this person having to speak on their own, and like none of you are connected, but oh, you are, and there's proof of it and evidence of it. Anyway, for many years, and that you all do it with intent and knowledge and effort, and so many involved in it who know the playbook and what they're supposed to do and how they're supposed to do it and getting paid for it. Oh boy. Oh, communications. Federal organized group to harm, intimidate, threaten, like, oh my god damn, over the years, I can only imagine what y'all have gotten up to in all the cases. Some of the same players, too. All under different names. I guess you hope the feds and others never quite get all your names, characters, and alts together in one thing, or the data, or the changing IPs, or the iPhones, or the use of game system, private servers, discords, different communication apps that come and go. All that never catch up to you. Yeah, it's fun. Anyway, yeah.
What Don's saying, you know, about your husband, it's the other part, just random stuff. They're harassing you. It's harassing.
more like just like, it seems like they believe it. I think what Don is up to, why he's trying to blame you guys.
We believe you, everything you guys have said. You guys seem very like you guys have been very honest with us.
We don't have a reason why.
Right.
I've heard enough for 2 months talking about this asshole. She got tired of hearing it.
Yeah.
There was a point where I thought I was making things up because she couldn't believe the shit I tell her. Now I wish I could remember half that shit because she told me you need to stop.
Right.
I said, no, this dude's not right. And I think I told you, 2 weeks ago? I said, you see, I tried to tell you. Did I not say that?
I mean, I believed you the whole time. It's just that every day you come up from work, I'm like, we have to talk about Don today.
Based on Don's, past criminal background, do you think that people underestimate him as being manipulative, conniving, cunning?
Yeah. I think that he is exactly what that is.
Yeah.
He's very manipulative. He did so many times where he was saying he was bragging on me, and really he wasn't bragging on me. He was cutting my throat, throwing mud on the floor, taking pictures of it, and sending it to me. When I'm the one who cleaned the whole house.
Do you think, how old are you?
42.
42. Do you think he's just trying to belittle you in a sense, or because you're
He was trying to
younger?
make me look bad because he wanted to be me and he couldn't. He's got 40 plus years to finish. I've got 12 years of finishing. Also been a mechanic all my life. So between my construction business, my mechanic business, my detail shop, I was 18 years in business for myself. Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Virginia. I mean, he hated me. He was upset that he couldn't do the things I could do. And he was more upset that I could do his job better. Faster. I wasn't on that. So that was his problem. He had to throw me under the bus and get me out of there so that I didn't take his job from him. That's the only thing he had. Nobody else would work.
Linda, God bless you. Thank you so much for taking your time out.
Thank you so much.
I know this had to be difficult. I know you guys had to be terrified, and I just want to tell you guys, thank you so much for showing up and just really being honest with us and allowing us to take this. We promise you, we will. She's beautifully editing. We'll be happy to send you a copy of everything.
I'm thankful that you guys are out there and help.
Yeah.
Because there's people like this that get away with shit.
Yeah.
And that's not fair. There's thousands of people volunteer their time and they've wasted so many good people. I feel sorry what's going to happen to them when they find out.
And we say that all the time.
So what do you feel about, like, have you seen the church people hanging out with Don Wells, like this woman, Robin Lane, in the church? What do you feel about that? What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, he's manipulating the system. It's his little way of covering up, getting heat off him, making himself look good. It's about someone, not Don. But unfortunately, Don and Candace are the ones that did it, so they gotta try to make things look good for them. But everybody knows. They're only fooling themselves. I was just telling me that they've been fighting over meth, and he's over there starting trouble at the house. He's living there in the camper across the street. And all of a sudden, things up missing. I'm fired, but nobody suspected them. And I believe Rambo went out of state.
In North Carolina. Oh no, she went to Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, yes. With Jose, probably.
Now, the interview jumped. And it's almost like they've got parts in their own play. But did you hear it? Did you hear it? It's real quick. But did you?
She's beautifully editing. We'll be happy to send you a copy of everything.
I'm thankful that you guys are out there and help.
Yeah.
Because there's people like this that get away with shit.
Yeah.
And that's not fair. There's thousands of people so many good people. I feel sorry what's going to happen to them when they find out.
But we say that all the time. So what do you feel about, like, have you seen the church people hanging out with Don Wells, like this woman Robin Lane in the church? What do you feel about that? What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, he's manipulating the system. You know, it's his little way of covering up, you know, getting heat off him, making himself look good. It's about someone, not Don. But unfortunately, Don and Candace are the ones that did it, so they gotta try to make things look good for them. You know, but everybody knows. You know, they're only fooling themselves. I was just telling me that they've been fighting over meth, and he's over there starting trouble at the house. He's living there in the camper across the street, and then all of a sudden,
Now, see, I'd heard this part. And you know, it said like it's the Jose thing, right? Oh shit.
you know, she's up missing. I'm fired, but nobody suspected them. And I believe Rambo went out of state.
Looking to North Carolina.
Oh.
Oh no, she went to Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, yes. With Jose, probably.
Don was with Jose 3 days before Summer went missing.
Jose was at Don's property, staying there before. But unfortunately, Don and Candace are the ones that did it.
I'm just gonna let it play for a second. Listen.
So they gotta try to make things look good for them. You know, but everybody knows. You know, they're only fooling themselves. I was just telling me that they've been fighting over meth, and he's over there starting trouble at the house. He's living there in the camper across the street, and then all of a sudden, you know, she's up missing. I'm fired, but nobody suspected them, and I believe Rambo went out of state.
Looking to North Carolina.
Oh.
Oh no, she went to Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, yes. With Jose, probably.
Don was with Jose 3 days before Summer went missing.
Jose was at Don's property, staying there before she came up missing. They were fighting over meth. So he just got out of jail, supposedly. So he just got out of jail and Don did all the stash, and they fought. You know, something came up. You know, and then they're talking about all his money. You know what I mean?
What was he in jail around here?
I don't know, Rogersville. I don't know where he was in jail at, but Don told me he just got out of jail, and they've been at the house fighting, and he's on meth, this and that. Everything every day was meth with Don. All he talks about is meth. I'm like, talk about it, you must do.
I think, and when I've listened before, I thought, what bullshit. They've added this in, they've paid him whatever. He's got shit fucked up, he's heard it on the internet, he's putting it. See, it was the perspective of things. Dawn's on me. No. Shit, Dawn said him in person has confused him with what then he thinks it's Jose. It's not. Now, Don, here tell at that time, he's trying to stay away from the house, lies, go to the fridge, stuff, like that. But anyway, here's the thing. And I know this realm and a bunch of people from as far back as I can remember, and I got the receipts on. It's been like, Jose was arrested right before, and I was like, what the fuck? And they had all the, because they were, look, right. So whatever. But that is not what Dudley is talking about, y'all. He's saying they were fighting over meth. He's just starting shit at the house, but then he's living across the street again. Now, I think he's got the events of Jose and the fights there and the fuckery there mixed up with some other thing Don was talking about, and he took as Jose. And he knows that they're fighting about meth in the days leading up to summer. Because obviously he's fucking president. He knows somebody's just gotten released from jail. Just at that point, got released from jail, and they're on or around Dawn and Candace's property in the day or two, or staying around day 2, 3, leading up to summer. He mistakes it. He's got it mixed up with Jose. And what camper across the street? Because, see, Dudley here would have known Grandis's camper was on top of the hill. He would not have described that as across the street. Who has a camper they stay in on Ben Hill fucking Road that if Don had mentioned it, oh, there's a camper across the street, this guy, we're fighting with him, fucking meth is involved, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Y'all. Now, there's definitely a camper down into Ben Hill. For sure. Yeah. For sure. Definitely a meth odor rising from it at all times. I don't know, man. Anyway, but that still begs the question, who around all this had just gotten released from jail? And whose stash or dope was missing, or whose stash was done while they were maybe in jail for quite a bit, or, oh, yeah, I don't know. What the fuck is going on there? Now, I'll tell you what's weird to me. Somebody's pissed off about a stash of dope. Dudley knows they're fucking with it. There's some camper across the street involved. Somebody just getting released from jail. Somewhere in that shit fuck stuff. And he's like, oh, you know, supply being done, blah, blah. He, in a month or two of all this shit happening, right? He sees Don run back and forth, allegedly having shit in the car, because he's only worked with him less than 2 months. And somebody gets out of jail and shit goes to hell, people are pissed. I don't know. Somebody somewhere's fucked something up, but somebody's in or around Don Candace's, and, you know, there's a meth situation. And it's not Jose, he just got the two combined mixed up, because with Don's timing, and he takes it as Jose being on the property. No. Somebody else was. Who was it? And where is the closest camper down the street? Huh. And so what he thinks is Jose is coming from this camper down the street to start shit on Don and Candace's property over meth. And somebody's supply done, or money owed, or I don't know, by somebody else, I don't know, somebody coming straight out of jail is wondering where shit is. Strange. You gonna listen to it again?
No, Jose was at Don's property, staying there. And Candace the one that did it, so they got to try to make things look good for them. You know, but everybody knows. You know, they're only fooling themselves. I was just telling me that they've been fighting over meth, and he's over there starting trouble at the house. He's living there in the camper across the street, and then all of a sudden, you know, since I've missed him, I'm fired, but nobody suspected them, and I believe Rambo went out of state.
She lived in North Carolina.
Oh.
Oh, no, she went to Wisconsin.
And he's over there starting trouble at the house. He's living there in the camper across the street, and then all of a sudden, you know, since I've missed him, I'm fired, but nobody suspected them, and I believe Rambo went out of state.
She lived in North Carolina.
Oh.
Oh, no, she went to Wisconsin.
Yes. With Jose, probably.
Don was with Jose 3 days before Summer went missing.
Jose was at Don's property, staying there before she came up missing. They were fighting over meth. So he just...
And then on the 15th, you have, this supposed alleged fucking call from Dawn to Candace talking about a little creeper on the property around again, blah, blah, blah. Eh? What the fuck? And then a couple weeks leading up to Boys Left Pine, summer's taking everywhere. Doesn't make a whole lot of good goddamn sense. And I just knew something was coming to an angel 6 months before. Yeah, alright. And then, I don't know who else was it mentioned 6 months. Instantly. And everybody was no longer friends. Just suddenly 6 months before. Made sure to point that out, too. For some reason, just blurred that shit out. Who was that said that? Oh, yeah, that's Fred. But also that y'all really tight. But you just suddenly stopped being friends with him 6 months before, you don't know why. You ever singing fucking angels and shit 6 months before. I just knew something was gonna happen. First one to talk about a debt, and that'd be Fred. Weird, that. Weird, that. Fred visited first night. I kept visiting that special and quiet days right around Father's Day. Same day as that weird shit, you know, ice cream day, when Tuggins didn't quite get bitten in time. What's strange about that is the whoopsie slip around Dudley happened. I'll free everything in my pocket, and told him if he just take a shave, man, blah blah, then we both still have good jobs as here. But see, Dudley said in here earlier, didn't he? That he was mad. Dawn gave him, what, $300? But it was nowhere near $2,100. But you know Dawn had to get more than that off that job. Dawn told me he'd offered Dudley close to $1,000. He said that's what was in his pocket. you know damn good well Don made more than anyway, but what's weird, Fred seems awful concerned about money. This first couple days that Don's trying to go back to work instantly after summer finishes. Which, hell, didn't see anything different than that any other day. This motherfucker would disturb an entire community and go to work on, like, Christmas and shit, and the whole neighborhood had to get together and go force him to fucking leave. But, and he didn't understand why he'd be pissed off at those people. It's like, dude, it's Christmas. You're disturbing them. It's Christmas. Duh. But, so you didn't look at it. I didn't. Any differently than that. And it's like, okay. And but to the news and the buzz, it's, well, I got a family to keep going on. But, thing is, man, Fred's still here bitching about that money. He was like, oh, and here's the thing. He wants everybody to concentrate on this money that was, he's like, oh, I seen him hand money to Andy and the lot. Bitch, that was just him paying him back because we got in Taco Bell at that point. Cigarettes for him, shit, he tried a couple times to pay us back. I remember that first night we got them stuff too because, you know, and I told him, because it was my money, I think, that purchased whatever. Because I don't think at first night they wanted food necessarily. I can't remember. I'd have to look back in receipts. It was just a couple packs of cigarettes. Or vice versa. Anyway, the thing is, I was like, no, you're gonna need that because you're gonna work for, you know, the duration of whatever's going on. I mean, you're gonna just keep it. But Fred's always hammered in on it, and I think that's Fred's same tactic of keeping, it's a leak, right? He wants it to make it look like others are handing other people some sort of nefarious money or something. There's nothing nefarious, period. The only thing nefarious and weird was Fred looking for a goddamn imaginary loose dog. He was so stupid he didn't realize he didn't continue to lie on. Should have kept looking for a dog, bitch. I guess it's still out there running like that movie with Chevy Chase to this very day. Anyway, one thing weird was you walking your whole ass all the way up that hollow to be somewhere waiting in your driveway. Waiting in your block. What the fuck are you doing? And what was up with this quiet meetings? What? Nobody having a problem with nobody. But yet both of you talking hard. Everybody's like, you know, online, or all the shit Don's letting out. Neighbors, bad this, all that. And aiming at Fred, but then him and Fred being all cool and calm and collected in the road, and whispering, being like they knew each other were coming or going. Yeah, it's weird. But, I always coming away with one excuse the other Fred was for most things. And making sure to let me know it was so fucking hard. But all of us knowing he was doing weird shit, fuck shit. But everything was so fucking weird. And it's a leak. I think that maybe certain money from certain things went certain places, but it damn sure went obviously to Dudley after that, and after he called Tucker for a few days wondering where his money was before Don met him with a measly $300. So where'd the rest of it go? And it's weird because Don at least says he averages like 1,000 and tells Dudley if he just shut his mouth, but they both still had good jobs. These things line up with after, and they're lining up with Dudley's. And they're lining up with weird ass, strange shit. concerning trailer meth, whatever. I don't know what to say. And crew, and somebody had just gotten released out of jail. Maybe possibly in jail for quite a bit. Maybe for 6 months or so prior to. Something. Or had went to jail, and so that's where everybody had meth. I guess an abundance to do. Like, apparently right before summer vanished. So, man. And somebody creeping around the property, you know, full of chillin', so. This thing never could make sense. Never could, even in the beginning. Because it was one of the few things I remember coming out for was that interview. And I already knew, even behind the bleeps. I'm like, what the fuck was that shit? And why is Allie saying that about the dog thing, but then that she can't mention person? She technically was like, what the fuck is happening? It's like, whatever, these idiots are being idiots, turned it off, didn't even listen to the rest. Because I knew it was stupid. We all knew that Monster wouldn't have made anything. Never could figure out why. Because I knew H would know that Fred and others were the mains of these dipshits. And so the inclusion of Monster never made fucking sense. It just didn't. Unless you want him put in there on purpose. After maybe visiting H and others when you're supposed to be. And getting shit together. Or maybe the McDonoughs and the TMs and everybody else wanted it included and did the interview to where audio could be fucked with and you wouldn't know because the video's not on mouths. You know, and skipping Mountain Dew bottles and other objects on the table throughout. Editing is amazing. Either way. It's just like H and his little story behind the cell phone shit, and will make a good lick of sense. There ain't no way, and there's too much. I'm telling you, it was shown to him in other ways and for other reasons. And, or someone told him to make it that way in the story. Like, probably to maybe help draw out others or elicit responses or to try to pretend they had YouTube under control or going to use it as a tool. I don't know. While being a tool. That type of shit. And H did say in later interviews, there's a good chance certain people and money were passed hands for certain fuck shit. So there's that. But strange.
Gotten out of jail, supposedly. So either he just got out of jail and Don did all his stash, and they fought.
But tell me, it couldn't be a link from, and a way to create concentration on other people that nothing's nefarious. Well, actually, man, shit that needs to be concentrated has something to do with him and others. those first few days where, according to Dudley, people have been paid and he didn't get his, but Fred's walking back and forth looking for Dawn's coming in. There's very gentle, expected meetings. Nobody's wanting anything kicked in. Nobody's being hick and mean to each other. And each time it's a walkway vote, I think he wants to say something, but I'm not sure what. No, man. Something's twisted, and it ain't just today. And I'll still tell you the return from Utah is, I mean, something may happen up there. I hear lately, according to Mary, something did, and then Dawn took up. And do remember Dawn at some point, I did say he was glad to be leaving Utah, though you can see now he wants to do fundraisers and shit to buy land out there. I don't know. But anyway, you know, there are pieces out there where he clearly says he's like all the demons and devils are after him, etc. And he was glad to be leaving Utah and gonna make her blah blah blah, right? Implying something was happening up there, right? Now, I know about Mary, I don't know. I'm hoping it's more than all summer Dad said again. But, look, I just know that Jose nor any of that really is why. And that Dawn was coming and going from there while Jose was already present. He didn't just suddenly find out about Jose. And that ain't the reason for any of the fucking shit around that either, but Dudley's got some shit fucked up. But it's because of how things are anymore being talked about. Is my guess. And he mistook some things. Or people weren't very clear about it, so he just took it from what he knew. And assumed that was Jose on property. And assumed it was Jose living in a camper across the street. And Jose fighting with everybody with a man. Jose blah 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 and whatever else sitting up on the property. Yeah, Jose just getting out of jail. Like this realm thought forever. It's why he kept looking for arrests and blah blah blah. I think Jose even was like I just got out of jail, whatever, but that no. Whatever's happening here is closer than that, and it's on Ben Hill. And elsewhere. Who the fuck just got out of jail? And was up and around on that damn property because it sure wasn't Jose. And they wasn't no juniors. There wasn't no like fucking monsters creeping around. And I mean that by Indian or something. Hell no, right? Did H actually say a junior of some variety? I think it was. Because, boy, isn't there somebody that's actually a junior on that road, too? I know mine is not a junior of any variety. Nor is Monster. But who could I have thought that he would have known? But maybe what H heard too, he thought was one thing because of perspectives at the time, but was another. Maybe he didn't know. The only ones he could think of are Monster and but maybe the two being talked about was actually a junior of a father further up in. And, but because we only knew so many strange shit though. Because he tells McDonald director. He's got all the shit fucked about like Dudley does. And let's be real here, certain junior down the fucking way there. Oh. Historically, he does have a habit of creeping the fuck around on everybody's fucking shit up and down Beach Creek. Getting up to stupid little games. And maybe H didn't even hear what he thought he did about. I know there was a threat to the kids, but it would be okay to leave the boys behind, but not Summer. Maybe. But then again, maybe it's all creating in a lead up. Could be. You say certain fuck shit in front of certain people, confuse the fuck out of you, do all shit like H, Dudley, others. And that way, shit is chaos and mud and shit if something happens. And then it might get all the wrong people targeted or I don't know, because I'd hate to think they'd done some long-term shit to fuck up old Junior down the way, but then again, Junior down the way was acting all kinds of fucked up himself. And playing the same game they were. Still is. Everyone's acting the exact same way. Look here, look there, there's chaos and mud and bullshit. Studying the fucking internet and everything said. Using it to destroy everyone and anything. And plus innocent people, target people from everywhere for anything. It just, You know, it's even more odd during certain periods is the way this place is taking off that cotton shit, right? fuck shit they've gotten up to, and locals in and around all that shit. It's weird as certain people in there didn't know him. I mean, I can't. The word weird, whatever, take it as you will, but people aiming at old Junior down the way with that shit, too. Thing is, I became aware very recently that the particular day that Cotton passed on is not just Valentine's, but important otherwise to people who love him. And probably do not appreciate some of the fuck shit out there, even by locals very close to them, who are definitely fucking around with all this shit, and us for several years, for no real good goddamn reason. I still can't figure it out, and I do not want to cause any of the people distress, heartache, or otherwise. Because there are a few mixed up in that I do care for. And I think what's been done around all it's fucked up. But he did have court the day he passed away. He just never quite made it there. I don't guess. Doesn't look like. But there was a scheduled court shit that day as well. And I gotta tell you, it's strange how many around a certain junior pants there throughout the years just don't seem to make it. Court dates. After arrests and leading up to certain court dates, man, it's weird. Which I don't know. It seems to happen quite frequently around here, but it's weird how many around that one, including, I guess, even Jason, arrests, release, waiting on court dates, they just don't quite make it there. And so many leading up to and around things in those months who had upcoming court dates or had just been arrested. And other things. In the background are only known community-wise. But I don't know about dipshit and Cotton, because in that vid, Joe Kawazigi says he had just learned about it in jail. What was supposedly said to Cotton was there. I don't know. Some weird shit and the whole thing. But that ain't it either. I was listening to some recordings, and no, they hold certain things, but considering the level of tampering and the fuck shit that I clearly know was up, and was creator asked for driven, and people doing fuck shit in the background trying to fuck with me for no real reason, I guess, than they can and want to for several years. Because their own fuck sticks got online doing fuck stick shit like lying their asses off. Just because they want to be a pick-me like they couldn't manage to be in Boswell's ain't my fucking problem. But you get fucking creators and then them trying to destroy your life and doing whatever y'all have playtime. But see, it's still those people and what's occurring now is affecting our lives greatly. Yeah, up close and personal every goddamn day. Right now. Definitely has to do with Fred hitting the ground here for a couple weeks. So you either have this well-organized group and locals playing in it. 16 gold vans and a blue one deep and otherwise, and a silver truck and a fucking knock on the door the other day and a solo. All the things, right? Fucking tweakers running about. Shit. No, it's got all the things in it. One day, maybe I'll be able to tell the full tale. Right. With all the beautiful recordings and everything in between. And all the evidence and the proof, and maybe the world will see how dark and deep and dirty these motherfuckers get. In a well-organized group manner. Across Federal Communications and such. And little locals in between doing it, playing it. How real boots on the ground they get. One day. There's something wrong with this shit here. The money, slip it on this ton, ice cream night. Something's really rotten in there. Always has been though, right? It's like the worst pull-apart Twizzler in the universe. I really do hate those motherfucking things. God, Bubba loved them though. And I always kept them for him. He did love the fucking Twizzlers, man. I missed my goddamn dog. Yeah.
know, something came up, you know, and then they talking about all his money, you know what I mean?
Where was he in jail at? Around here?
I don't know, Rogersville, I don't know where he was in jail at, but Don told me he just got out of jail, and they've been at the house fighting, and he's on meth, this and that. Everything every day was.
And he said the person had just gotten out of Rogersville. It would not have been very clear.
Catholic Don. All he talks about is meth. I'm like, talk about it.
So what do you feel about, like, have you seen the church people hanging out with Don Wells, like this woman, Robin Lane?
That's the thing none of us had. They were all like, oh, the good church people, and we've only been around them, and they're besties, and everybody loved Robin. Blah, blah, blah. I never even heard the kids mention it. Like, only mention of that damn church, or otherwise, that I heard, and I didn't even know which church, was them taking them for a fucking ride again for show. They didn't even use, instead they got rid of. Like, you know, otherwise I never heard shit about those people at church or anything, period. From any of them. And he never really did unless Don was on his thing. And they'd be like, oh, church for a day or two or something, you know? And that, you know, I mean, just community talk, you'd know which one they were sort of going to at the time, and even the church people would be like, but the kids, and so they'd tolerate Candace and Dawn shit because everybody kept around the kids and wanted to do it for the kids. That's about it. But, and when they overstayed their welcome with certain place, they move on to the next one. Same shit with this one. It's like, oh, okay, you know. And you know, I could easily prove that to the church, otherwise I'm sure they'd recognize. Anyway, I'm just saying, didn't hear shit about them. They're all the bestest heckin' friends, though. Granola bars and Finny Pigs.
Church. What do you feel about that? Like, what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, he's manipulating the system. You know, it's his little way of covering up, you know, getting, you know, him, making himself look good. It's about Summer, not Don. But unfortunately, Don and Candace are the ones that did it, so they gotta try to make things look good for them. You know, but everybody knows. You know, they're only fooling themselves. I was just telling me that they've been fighting over meth, and he's over there starting trouble at the house. He's living there in the camper across the street. And all of a sudden, you know, turns out missing, I'm fired. But nobody suspected then. I believe Rambo went out of state.
In North Carolina.
Oh.
Oh no, she went to Wisconsin.
Yes. With Jose, probably.
Don was with Jose 3 days before Summer went missing.
Jose was at Don's property, staying there before she came up missing. They were fighting over meth. So he just got out of jail, supposedly. So he just got out of jail and Don did all his stash, and they fought. You know, something came up. You know, and then they talking about all his money. You know what I mean?
Where was he in jail? Around here?
I don't know, Rogersville. I don't know where he was in jail at, but Don told me he just got out of jail, and they've been at the house fighting, and he's on meth, this and that. Everything every day was meth with Don. All he talks about is meth. I'm like, talk about.
You know what gets me, though, is that people get online talking shit about me. I don't know them from Adam's House Cup. Neither of them, really. Though you'd think one I would. No, not really. The other knows me not at all. Not even little. Now, find it weird. Find it real fucking weird. that when I figure out this is not a fake palace or shit, I'm like, what the fuck? Now I reach out. Who the fuck are you and why are you up here talking some shit now? That one still not got the balls to address that and has never replied. Of course, it's usually how fucking punk ass little bitches work. Lying motherfuckers. And we're playing some fuck shit. But, thing is, I find it strange everything's radio silence. Cause I'm like, what the fuck? The fuck you say? And people here locally know that's, generally the case. Yeah. I don't hear goddamn beep. Not shit. Till instantly almost after Cotton dies. Not a fucking word. And then suddenly people appear. And then they also appear in person. Only similarities I can really find are certain customer bases of certain people that might relate back to a certain camper boy. And playing fuck shit games now, considering this shit has recently started again as soon as Fred hit ground. I find that real fucking strange. Especially since now it seems like they're working full tilt with creators again to, I don't know, fuck me and my entire goddamn family for no real goddamn reason. That would denote something to fucking hide some fuck shit. Something's real fucking weird and everybody's related back to Camper Fucker and others. And real good customers then throughout the years. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But much like the rest, they want to come out here twisting shit. And essentially trying to throw the shit they themselves are going off onto others. And it's not true. And it's like, no. Outreach time. It's so strange. And there are a couple characters I can think of that are near and around, just got released, but they don't fit the bill. At least.
But must do. He acts like it, he looks like it, he lives like it.
Have you ever seen Jose?
Never saw him, it's Hispanic.
You just heard about him through John.
He just told me, he told me it was that, that was Saturday, that was Thursday or Friday before summer went missing.
Wow.
Yeah, before I got fired.
Gotcha. Correct me if I'm wrong. He was living there, or like
Yeah, he was
staying with them.
With the mother. That was the mother-in-law. That was grandma's law.
Okay.
She was with him.
Okay.
That's new to me.
That is new
That's why I said
information.
I had to film and document this, because that's new to me. That we thought after.
We never heard about it.
Yeah, we thought that we heard that Jose was part of that domestic violence incident where Don got arrested, and then Jose just went off, and he never, was involved with that family again. We didn't know that he stuck around and he was with
He
Candace
just got out of jail and went straight there to Don's house.
He was there a couple days before Summer went missing. Interesting.
Yeah. Rambo goes out of town.
I wonder if police authorities spoken to Jose.
I wonder if Summer's living, she's in Wisconsin.
Let's see, he's under the impression that Grandma left, they had him all fucked up. I don't think it was done, just from all the shit he'd been, told. I don't know that it was, I don't know. There's definitely shit in there, but, he probably had been told that Candace Sr. took Jose off somewhere, etc. He probably then got that mixed up with, the whole after Summer vanished thing, that's there. Within a few weeks, Candace Sr. leaving and all that. And didn't know. So, and, but yeah. No. Now, I do believe Jose and other characters crying. They've been like, yeah, he had just been or gotten out of jail or whatever before he came here or some shit. But that ain't it. Anyway, this one's talking about was someone living in a camper down the street and having just gotten out and just been arguing with Candace Dawn over meth in the couple days prior. And then also him seeing Dawn with meth in the car and all this other shit. And then the slip of the tongue with Dawn to me and all this thing. I mean, there's just... There's little things, man. Those little things. And there are a few more pieces I wanted to sort of get to, but it's getting late, and I sort of want to just chill and try to snack on something, because my stomach is not very tolerant currently of any real food. It happens. But I do want to eat, snack on something, just chill. And, spend time with matters. The most. And, keep walking through. Keep listening and re-listening. And, yeah. Searching.
Jose. Do you think Grandis and Jose were in a sexual relationship, like a couple?
Yeah.
Remember, Allie said...
That was what Don said.
We also heard through Allie, a friend of Candace, who Jose was actually in a relationship with Allie, and then Jose went up to the house and then had something going on with Candace.
And her grandmother was fighting over
They were fighting over who.
Candace is Rambo and Candace. They have the same name. It's kind of weird. So be careful.
No, they were very specific that it was Candace, and then Candace and her mother, Grandis, aka Candy, were fighting over this Jose. That Grandis wanted Jose to herself. And we thought that was twisted, and it's just funny that you're saying that Grandis actually got him to herself. That is disgusting, because he was sleeping with Candace and Grandis.
That's what Don said.
How many animals?
Don said they were fighting over meth too.
How many animals do you see on that couch? Dogs. You see dogs? Lots of dogs, and dogs, cats. On the property.
Lots of them?
How many?
Did Grandis do how many?
Dad had 15 dogs running around, maybe 20.
We saw four.
Had to be 30
4 or 5,
cats.
5 the first
30 cats on that.
It was everywhere. I was like, God damn. You step out of his yard, you have fleas jumping on you.
Gotcha. Was Grandis, aka Candy, was she also on meth and drugs as well? So all three of the parents are just drugged out up there all the time, pretty much.
Yeah.
And did she have an alcohol problem as well?
Yeah.
So they're all alcoholics and drug addicts, all the adults on that
I just
property.
never saw Don drinking.
So you knew the Candy.
And that's weird for me. Because I knew that, it was like Now it looks like Monster. Dudley, all those are aware that apparently Candace Sr. got medicine. I did not become aware of that until this rep. And Monster and I was like, holy shit, this whole time, what the fuck? You know? I was like, what the hell? And then he's seeing Candace Sr. drink, but I was never all that close around Candace Sr., so I wouldn't know. But I do remember Monster saying she was drinking it. But then he also says that, look, it don't matter. That dude's a whole fucking hot mess. But anyway, Dawn always knew to drink and Candace until things changed with all of them. Quite a bit before. It was. Shit's weird. Uh. You know, fence testing, right? Before I get off here for that. It's a weird thing. I suppose. If you're not used to it. There are all kinds of different reasons, etc. But them here talking about all the weird, gross, sexy time fighting, fussing over people, things like that, you know what I mean? That's some weird fuck shit through the years, once you stop and think about it. Certain fence testing that was going on, I believe. Around certain potential nefarious fuck shit. Okay. For years. and shit that maybe even people it being done to don't realize or can never say. I don't. But fence testing, and I'm pretty sure. Well, there was there's something real wrong. I may actually continue that tomorrow or when I come back on. Because I really don't think whatever my, stomach ain't tolerating food anyway, but talking about certain shit, just, I don't need the late night grossness factor. Zero to cuddle my kitty. Found a snack. I feel guilty for putting the cat down while I found a snack. No. Damn. Do you want to find a snack together? I might actually make some taro and do some espresso, cheese, and crackers. I'm assuming you'll want some cheese too. He loves cheese. He loves. His favorite is Asiago so far. But he'll eat any cheese. God, you should see me. I was being attacked for stuffed shells the other night. This one was not. He was like, bitch, hand over the stuffed shells. I mean, just look at it. Just look at it. It surely is a tiny little hurricane. I didn't mean for it to be, but it picked me. How could I deny it? I was very resistant. I tried. How could I tell it? Oh, look at that face. Like, see, here he goes for the jewelry again. He hates that ring. I don't know what his problem is with my ring. That necklace, man. But if I take them off, change them, he has no problems with the rest of the jewelry. It's just the one necklace and that one ring. None of the rest. I think it's bougie. That's what I think. He's like, oh, the rest of our hands and everything else, they're real shit. So. But the ones like a metal I don't like, and that necklace is definitely fake. Blah, blah, blah. And this one is like a super cheap one that's gonna definitely turn me green. He hates it. But little wanted to get her and I their Halloween themed Lilo and Stitch, right? And so she got those, I don't know, $5 or something for both, so she's got one of them. And this cat absolutely hates But this ring, bro, it's not fake. He just hates it. And I've had it for years, since a beach trip. With the kids and I, and it has 3 flowers. You know? But it's coated. I think it's shit that's coated he hates, right? Maybe that's it. Look at him, he's eyeballing the ring. He's like, fuck that ring. So I'm wondering if it's a coating on certain things as opposed to. I don't know what it is. But he's bougie. He's extra. So anyway. Yeah, I think the cat and I are gonna go find some cheese. Cheese. See him tuck his little face in. Bless you. There he goes. Ow, that's my whole finger. I mean, you're not just getting the ring, right? That's my whole finger. My whole finger. It hurts. You're toothy. Anyway. I tell him that night. Tell him bye-bye. So we're out of here. Do you want cheese instead of my finger? Of course it does. You want to tell him that night? Alright, guys. Oh, alright. Little Hurricane and I, we're out of here for the night. We're gonna go have some cheese and crackers. And, speaking of things that matter most, man, there's a PSA. I know, but Aunt Link Nod at Green Bean there, he thought, somehow I got an immediate notification that certain things could do. I don't know, probably by the other little drive-bys, you know? So Green Bean come to inspect at a certain time last night and made the most obvious turn in front of I and others. And, last night after I'd, gotten off here. And, I don't know the fuck. But I've noticed Green Bean. You hear me, Green Bean? For quite a few weeks, making passes. I hope it's not bad fuck shit. I find it strange. Somebody else had to, and it was such a low traffic night. On top of all that, it was dead. Like dead. And, so everything is very out there, but I've noticed Green Bean for a while, but, oh yeah. But, strange that pops right up and does the weirdest little fucking turn right in front of us. I don't know. Like, mind your business. And stay the fuck away from what you're looking at. Seriously. I'll tell you, I wound up fucking around and finding out anyway. Right? Right. We're out here, we're eating cheese and crackers. We're eating cheese and crackers, and y'all still here whining about it. Don't do that. But it's just because it's a square. Has to be the only reason cats like laptops. Anyway. He's purring and it's sort of. Do you want cheese and crackers? Or do you want cuddle? We can do both, but we have to do one or the other first. Alright guys, I'm out of here. Y'all do me a favor, and as always, please share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for help. Again, it does save lives. From health emergencies, elderly, home alone, strokes, heart attacks, kidnappings, public incidents, home incidents, middle of crime events, places where you can't get signal good, places where perpetrators can't hear, you can't risk being heard, calling for help, these things, all of them, can be drastically, helped by people putting out the hand signal, learning it, recognizing it, being able to use it, and as tech and call centers and time most sort of meets, I'd assume that that number will only pick up and increase exponentially throughout the years. So, the more you share, more lives it can save across the board and across the world. And in all kinds of settings and emergency situations and otherwise. Okay. And as always, please do share Summer's picture, information, and call her by her name. She matters. She will always matter. And it is one of the most tangible ways in which you can help her. And you all know what I mean by information. That does not mean YouTube. It doesn't mean social media. It does not mean any of our dumbasses. Because we are not the end-all, be-all. What I mean, we're human. We're faulty as well. A whole bunch of them, as you can see, are playing some fuck shit games. And the rest who aren't can only give or say or whatever so much, and therefore you don't. Yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is, but and it's still just our perspective and what we can or feel comfortable giving around what we've seen, heard, know, and it takes a lot more than one to become an entire puzzle. And you never know whose pieces will or will not count at the end, and everything to put the final puzzle and answers together. Therefore, we are not, nor is our stuff the info that should be included with Summer's image and name when you share. When I say information, stick with local and surrounding agencies, state police, TBI, FBI, investigative journalists, real ones, not the bullshit ones. Y'all know how I feel about fucking Hinton and the Graces and shit, okay? Or those like Bullhorn putting out their own bullshit, or the JLRs, or anybody fucking else. They are not the news, man. And I wish I had the Kurt Letter voice to make that funny, but I don't. Anyway. So, share that, from those like Bobo and Ansley and others and real journalists and the real interviews, especially the early ones, and the Q&A over on the Fed's website for Summer and Sebastian and other cases here. And remember that when I get them mixed up, I can't remember if it's Layla's or Holland's. One of theirs has a Q&A with the Feds, the other one is Kingsport based. They have a Q&A for her, but Sebastian and Summer and the other have the Q&A with the Feds. Those are important. Please go read those. Make yourself aware of the information. And that way these creators and others can't mess about with you and take it too far off of the facts and what is known and released. But stick with the real journalists and the real police and the real sources of information for all of them, not just Summer, but all of them, and not just Sebastian, Holland, or Layla, but every case you see is police try to pick up. Put their claws in. They're well organized, working in a group effort. RICO claws in. Do the same for one of the cases they pick up as soon as an alert is released. Stick with the real guys and real journalists. Not these people. And remember that the most tangible way you can help any other case, person, victim, survivor, fighter, their families to share their picture, their information from legit sources, and turns out even rewards aren't really all that helpful in getting information. You know, people normally do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. They do not do it for money, and stats have borne out to show that, reward funds and all this shit rarely change again. So, remember that one. They do this same pattern at each and every case. And, just keep sharing with real info. And if you can, and feel like, when you share whatever flyer and whatever picture, etc. you choose, I would suggest flyer types so if those are available for each and every one you come across here in this realm. But for Summer and otherwise, I would suggest trading out the links for info at the top when you share. From Bobo, Ansley, from Rogersville Review, Johnson City Press, Kingsport Times, Hawkins News over here, and all the rest, WJHL, WCYB, changing out those links to and different sources. That way maybe the right person at the right time reads or hears, who knows, the right thing. And the key, the person, something, whatever's needed maybe still drops loose. Somebody has an aha moment. If you think that's impossible after this many years, you're wrong. You're wrong. Because it can. It happens a lot. New things you see, things you've seen or heard a million times. Suddenly your brain goes, wait a minute. And that can happen for anyone inside of her community and closest to this, outward on, So I know it seems redundant to keep sharing the same pieces and things like that, But I often find going through the shit shows, right? These fucking garbage pills over here. and comparing them with the real info sources and back to what's known by us that are around these events, is helpful in a way that shit changes, but and pieces lock in, but just even going back to the earliest things, you have these moments, and later on, it's just, it can happen anyway at any time, but the earliest things matter. And those by legit sources matter. And it can help. And I know sharing what you think is Ansley's piece or Bobo's piece or Johnson City's piece or whatever for the 4,000th time is redundant and obnoxious or like it might not help, but I'm telling you it can. It can. Because maybe that 4,000th time you've shared one of them, somebody had seen it for 4,000 million times. Finally goes, hold the fuck up. And here's it right, Cece. It was able after this many years to have other pieces to put together with it. Or to have heard something else to go, holy shit. And then that's the way in the day that we see Shackles come out and someone get brought back. And the truth in the story finally being told. And justice being meted out. To hopefully all the right people. This place and its bullshit. How to create a doubt bowl will be damned. Right. So, please continue to share Summer's picture, information, and color by name. And do so for each and every one that's missing, murdered, needs help, their families need help. Do that for them. Alright. Y'all have a good night, and good morning, and a good evening, wherever y'all are. I hope y'all find your own cheese and crackers, your own tiny hurricane of some variety. Spend time with your loved ones. Never go to bed angry. And always say I love you. Because you never know. You never know. And, we only get one go in this tiny speck in these vast cosmos. And it may seem dark some days, but it is indeed a beautiful world and a beautiful ride. Even sometimes in darkness. Dance in the rain, sun, but just dance. Y'all have a good night.